queue at Greg's. And there's a queue at Greg's. I want to cut off my legs. I want a steak bake. For heaven's sake. Hi. Hello, hello. Hi, everybody. How are you doing? Hi. Hello, hello. Who is here? Okay, let me see who's done lab safety register check. Stop taunting me with the golden Gregs. I am no longer the bearer of the golden Gregs, and you all know it. Stop taunting me. Right, let's see. Who is here? Who is here? Who is here? Let's see. I scroll. Okay. Hello. Hello, Woodsticks. Hello, Trestira. Hello, Flatulence Incarnate. Hello, Ulamini. Okay, that's a great start. Hello, Ulamini. There we go. I'm very tired today. We'll get into that. Hello, Komi Benadonna. Hello. Hi, Jeb Kerman. Hello, Potter. Hello. Did I say Flatulence Incarnate yet? I don't know. I don't remember. Hello. Hello, that red panda. Hello, Sayon. Hi, Astral. We can't stop for long. That's okay. Thank you for stopping by regardless. Hello, Ginger and Maximus. Hi, Ty. Thank you for the 5-stream streak, Ginger and Maximus. What the heck? Thank you so much. Hi, Shinsta. Hello, Luke. Hello, hello. Enjoy your lurk. I hope your lurking goes well. Whatever you are doing, I hope it is successful. Hello, Dragonator. Thank you for the 15 stream streak, Ty. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Cogsright. Hi, Frost. And thank you for the 35 stream streak, Flashes Arcana. What the heck? Thank you so much. Yes, victory over the time zones. Thank you so much. Hello, Anna. Hello, Nuclear Saltwater. Hello, Murpamoo. Hello. Hello, Flockia. Hello, Morpheus Noel. Hello, Aux. Hello, Night Ghost Kevin. And hello, hi, Atako-tan. Hello. Hi. Hi, everybody. How are you doing? I hope you're good. The music video for the queue at Greg's, he's outside a Liverpool FC shop, and I have no idea where that shop is. And then I found out there's Liverpool FC shops outside of Liverpool. There are indeed. I know where that Greg's is. I have been to that Greg's. And I've got to say, there are in fact queues at that Greg's. There are in fact many queues often at that Greg's. At least the times that I've been, admittedly not very many times now that I say it. Maybe like 3 times I've been there. But the times that I have been there, I think 2 out of 3 times there was a queue. So there you go. The queue at Greg's is canonical, in fact. I made some soup with lentils. Ooh, nice. I like lentil soup. I want a late dinner and listening to a singing AI on Twitch. Wait. I haven't been paying attention. Sorry I was late today. We can all blame, everyone point at Titan and blame him. Blame my manager. Everyone point at my manager and blame him. For messaging me management related things right as I was starting my stream. Everyone point, throw tomato. Boo. Is Nero doing a singing stream? Is that what she is doing? What is a Greg's for the uninitiated? Greg's is a bakery chain, but it's not like a selling bread type of bakery. It's like a purchasing a thing to eat on the go type of bakery. So they have like baguettes and sandwiches and stuff, and they also have soup, and they also have bakes, as in like, you know, like pasties, like things in pastry. And that is what Greg's is. That's the summary. Yes. Yeah, I have indeed visited that very queue at Greg's. I have indeed. Yeah. Yes, throw tomato, exactly. Throw the tomato, thank you. We'll forgive Titan if he comes and says hello. Okay, I'll message him. I'll message him. Wait, what should I say? Come into chat and apologize for making me late. They want to throw tomato at you. Smiley face. I wonder if he will actually come into stream. I wonder if he'll come into chat. If he turns up, tomato, instant. Is this not what a manager is for? To blame when things go wrong? It was an important conversation we were having, I would like to add. And it was like something that he asked me, and then I was like, oh, I need to think about this. But then in my process of like staring at the wall and thinking about it, I was then like, oh, now I'm late to start my stream. Whoops, my bad. Hi, Titan! Yeah, throw the tomato! Throw the tomato at Titan! You're being blamed, as a good manager should be. For making me a whole, what was it? Checks watch. 10 minutes late. That's not really even bad by normal standards. Okay, I need you to understand how incredibly loud that was. Okay, wait. Hello, thank you for the 7 streams a week, Flocky. What the heck? Thank you so much. Hello, Glacial Indifference. Hi, Raxing. Hello, Retro Winnipeg. Hi, Awkward Flea Bro. Hello, Bjorn Hellgate. Hello. Hello. Oh, my son's cut off today. Here you go. Now you can see him. He's the real star, let's be honest. He is the star of the stream. What was I going to say? Hello, Zerkia. Hi. Hello. The crack is like a normal volume. I don't know why specifically X-Files is really loud. One of my favorite senior management techniques, I believe it's called finding an employee to scapegoat. Oh dear. Finding an employee to scapegoat as a way to, as a result of a conversation where we're talking about trying to make sure that I don't get in trouble, because I will not have a scapegoat because it's me. I'm the problem. Yes. What would chat ever do? You losing that 5 minutes though? Think of all the room cleaning that could occur. True. I hope you all do useful things while you're waiting for the stream to start. I normally make a cup of tea, which I think counts as being useful. Yeah. And hello, Grim Girlson. Hello. How are you doing? How is everybody today, by the way? How is everybody doing? And hello, Cleeper. Also, hello. You think that I wouldn't spot you just turning up and talking as usual? I see you. Hello. Even though I've already read one of your messages and didn't process it, I'm just a bit slow. Anyway, and hi, Mylin. Hello. But yeah, how are we all doing today? I'm tired. I'm very tired. It is Tuesday. Like I said, the thing. Which means that today I had to go for my massage appointment. Oh, what a difficult life. Why has my screen just changed color? That was weird. Anyway, I had to go for my massage today, which was, yes, I'm not complaining, but also I was tired anyway, and it made me even more tired. And then I like fell asleep for a while afterwards, and then I got up and made some food, and then I fell asleep for a little while longer, and now I'm awake again, and then I'm gonna go to sleep again. That's my plan for today. Yeah. I ended up taking like loads of annual leave this week. Like I'm not taking like, I've got a few days of annual leave, but then I've also taken a few half days throughout the week so that I can go to my appointments and not have to catch up in the evening on work, so that I can actually finally work through some of the things I actually need to do on a personal level. So that's very good. Yes. Hello, Vex. Hi. And hello, Fortress Spy. Hello. How are you? I hope you're good. I'm tired. I'm raxing. Okay. Post massage naps are the best. They're so good. I've never had a massage until like a few weeks ago, right? And then because I've been like prescribed massages because I'm not sleeping very well at the minute. And it's like a complimentary thing in addition to like, you know, therapy that I'm doing. And it's a bit weird. I'm not used to people touching me. I don't like it. It triggers my autism. But I'm trying to just put up with the discomfort and learn to maybe be okay with it. But it always feels like I've done a workout afterwards. And then I'm like feeling really tired and groggy. And then I fall asleep. So I was like, today I was like, I'm just going to use some of that annual leave. I'm just going to, have a half day. So I did work in the morning and then I went to my appointment and then I slept. Yeah. This is what I did. But I think I have to no, tomorrow I'm taking the morning off and then I'm spending the afternoon working so that I actually have my evening because I have a bunch of stuff I need to get done. And then after that I'm actually taking annual leave for the whole day on Thursday and Friday. I wanted some time off because I have things to do. I am doing work, but it's personal work. So, yeah. That's my life. How fun. How are you all doing? How is everybody doing? I feel like it's coming across that I'm really tired today. I'm sorry. I'm feeling a bit spaced out. I'm very tired. Also, like, she did like a face massage. So she didn't touch my feet today, which I appreciated. But like today she like did a face massage and she's bruised me. She's bruised my face. But then also she was like massaging my face. And then suddenly I'm like, oh, I can breathe out of my nose, which I can't normally do because I have chronic sinusitis. And then suddenly one of my nose just was like, and now the floodgates will open. And it was horrible. It was so bad. I felt so bad. And I was like sat there with a tissue and then it started bleeding. And I was just like, I'm going to pretend I'm not seeing this actually. And then she was like, are you okay? And I was like, yeah, I'm fine. Fine, just ignore it. It happens sometimes. Yeah. That was a thing. Hi, Doc Rex. Hello, hello. I was in London all day at a company event. Ooh. Either that sounds fun or I'm sorry that you had to do that. Depending on your opinions on London. I feel like business trips to London are kind of fun, but I always find them really tiring because they're like so intense. London's a very intense place. It's a very, very intense place. I'm on Olympic time now. I hope to snooze at 4 p.m. after the day's events. Nice. I am not going to lie. I'm not much of an Olympics watcher and I also don't have a TV and I don't know how to watch the Olympics. But I catch up with it on the news afterwards. Hi Fiona pre-roll, hello, hello. Thank you for the lab safety racer check-in. And also I'm Dragon and General Hellcat. Hello, hello. I got punched in the face 100 times due to one massage therapist. I have so many questions. Was it just a very clumsy therapist, I assume? I hope that wasn't on purpose. That sounds very rude. I drove a foster cat to the vet today. The volunteer who fosters doesn't drive. Tuxedo cat named Lucky. Cute. Cute. I keep thinking, like, I would love to get a cat. I feel like it would be nice to have a cat. But I also don't, like, I travel too much, and I don't know anyone that could look after the cat while I'm not here. So, yeah, that's unfortunate. So no cat for me. Just finishing up some artwork that I've been slowly uploading onto different servers. Nice. Nice. What did you draw? Do you want to share? Obviously not the art. I don't know how to do that. But do you want to share what you were working on? As in, tell me. That sounds interesting. I'm not very functional today. Please bear with me. I'm sorry. I'm so tired. Still working, unfortunately. The stream keeps me entertained at least. I hope work's going well. I hope the work's going well. Is massage therapy empirically validated? That's the kind of day that we're at. Yes. Is massage... We'll get there. Is massage therapy empirically validated? Good question. To be fair, they do say it's a complementary therapy, which implies that it's not intending to be I think that the point of it is just to make me feel better in general, I think it's just to give me social contact and physical contact and endorphins because pain. Mild pain. Controlled mild pain. I don't know if it's empirically validated. I think when I looked it up, it said that it actually like there was some evidence for it. I'm gonna have a quick look. I'm interested now. Wait. Massage therapy. Evidence base. Right. Okay, I found a scoping review. That was easy. Is this an actual journal? I've never heard of this journal. That's not a real journal. Surely not. I don't believe it. Okay. Okay. How about this? I'm gonna actually use Google Scholar. That would help. It was like a journal that I've never heard about, and then it said like Journal of Integrative and Complementary Medicine, and that makes me nervous, so I don't trust it. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. 18 bereaved relatives received soft tissue massage, 25 minutes hand or foot once a week for 8 weeks. In-depth interviews were conducted after the end of 8-week periods. Interviews were analysed using a qualitative descriptive content analysis method. The results indicated that soft tissue massage proved to be helpful and generate feelings of consolation in the first 4 months of grieving. The main findings were organised into 4 categories. 1, a helping hand at the right time. 2, something to rely on. 3, moments of rest. And 4, moments of retaining energy. So the answer is there's at least qualitative research that suggests it. This one's a Taylor and Francis journal. And apparently there is evidence that some yoga techniques, massage techniques, and aromatherapy have short-lasting positive effects on mental health. Like, but just specifically mild depression and anxiety, apparently. And also mindfulness-based stress reduction. So there you go. Apparently there is, in fact, a little bit of an evidence base for it. In fact. Yeah. Anyway. Hi, Sals Aloud. Hello, hello. It's not a new model. I've had this one since August, but I just kind of swap between them depending on how I'm feeling. And recently I've been feeling a bit silly. So I have been using the other one, but today I don't feel silly. And also I can go like this. And that I think that captures how I'm feeling. Hi, Agnes. Hello, hello. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. Breast reduction? What? Where did that come from? What? Huh? Basically, this therapist would pull the kid out of school every time he tantrumed and give him a massage. He was tantruming because he didn't want to have to do his work, so removing him from class and giving him a massage increased the issues. Then I had to treat the behavioral issues, which led to the punching. Oh, I see. I see. Pain. Pain. I'm sorry. Yeah. Sometimes I feel like the concept of operant conditioning would actually just be really, really helpful for the entire basic population to know. Because it's like such a fundamental concept, but there are so many things around, especially like parenting, where they're like, oh, if your kid doesn't like the thing, then remove the thing. And it's like, that's what they want. That's what they want. If it's something that's like good for them, you know, if they're refusing to eat their broccoli, for example, I'm sorry that you don't like broccoli, but you got to eat it. And, you know, removing the broccoli from their plate is just reinforcing the behavior. It's giving them what they want. It's negative reinforcement. Wait, have I used that phrase right? Yeah, negative reinforcement is the removal of a adverse stimulus, right? So yes. Okay, yes. See, it's almost like I am actually a psychologist sometimes. Yippee! Hello, Savitar, Torgamus, hello, and J5, hello, new King of Gregs, hello, King of Gregs, and hello, Jade Low and General Hell. Oh, sorry, General Hellcat. Why am I reading that as though it's the lab safety ranger check? And I've already said hello to you. Posture check. Thank you for the posture check. Yes, yes, there we go. And thank you for the hydrate, Torgamus. I've got tea. I've got decaf tea today. It's like, oh, I realized why I've not been able to sleep. It's because I made Huel cookies, right? You know, the thing that I do where I'm like trying to use up the Huel powder, like the Huel black powder that's a drink, and I don't like drinking it, so I'm trying to use it up. And I use a recipe that we discovered on Plantslant. I think Bobo sent it to me maybe at some point, or maybe someone put it in the server. I don't remember. Anyway, I've been using that. So I've been using 1 scoop of the powder, and then I think it's like 3 tablespoons of peanut butter, and then a bit of oat milk, and then I mix it all up until it is vaguely batter consistency, and then I put it in the air fryer and I bake it in my air fryer because my air fryer is fancy and has a bake option. For I forgot how long. I just change it every time and see what works. I think normally I do like 6 or 7 minutes. I swear to God, if a single one of you says the thing, I'm gonna bite you. And then that's it. You're gonna get banned, General Hellcat. I'm gonna bite you. Raxing, I'm gonna fight you. But yes, does Huel have caffeine? Well, that's the thing. I've mostly been using the vanilla one, but then I decided, oh, I'm going to use the coffee caramel one. And I did. And then I forgot that I'd used the coffee caramel one. And that one does, in fact, have caffeine in it. And then I was like, oh, I've been eating one after stream, basically, like, well, yesterday and Sunday. I had one after my stream. And then I was lying in bed and it was like 4 a.m. And I was like, why can't I get to sleep? And it's like, oh, maybe it's because I've had a coffee. Or it's not a whole coffee, but it was like half, like the equivalent of like a half of a coffee, basically. So like half of an coffee. So yeah. 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 This is not my finest realization when I realized it, actually, that the reason why I couldn't sleep is my own fault. And then I only got like 4 hours of sleep last night, which is why I'm so tired, in addition to the massage. So yeah. 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 I don't think eating should be forced. I don't think it should be forced either, but I think that it's like a balance to strike, right? Because like if it, so my understanding is that food related issues kind of come from a bit of both. It can come from being forced too much, but it can also come from never being forced. You need to find out like forced is not the right word, but like encouraged. You need to find the right balance is my understanding of how it works with kids. Again, I failed developmental psychology, so yeah. Everything is kind of moderation is a good rule. Yeah. You're giving you nightmares, genuinely. Hi Tynek, hello, hello. Thank you so much for the 15 stream streak. What the heck? Thank you so much. And hello Imogen as well. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. I always explain reinforcement as people do things to get things that they like and avoid things that they don't. This is a very good way to explain it. I might steal that. My mum decided to rephrase the question when I was a kid. Instead of removing the broccoli, she would instead phrase it as like steamed or grilled. So we felt like we had a choice, and that works well. I don't know if that's a normal way to solve the problem with kids. That is very smart. And I think that that's also what my parents did with me, and I eat anything. So yeah. Because if it's like, the thing is that with a lot of kids, if you tell them that they have to do this thing, then they're gonna, so some of them will just do it if they're just a, you know, compliant child. But a lot of kids will be like, you're telling me to do it and now I don't want to do it. That was me. So yeah, giving the option of like, would you prefer it this way or that way is very smart. Yeah. I always find it hilarious how you threaten to bite, given how often I get bitten with people with autism. 291 bites now, by the way. I mean, that's less than 30 per year, so not that bad. It's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. We allow this woman to access our data, by the way. Don't judge me. Yeah. Don't judge me. Did you fail developmental psychology because of your small child allergy, or did the small child allergy develop as a result of failing the course? I think it was that it wasn't that I had. So I don't have a small. Well, I do have a bit of a small child allergy. To be honest, I don't really click with kids very well. I don't really like them until they get to like 13. At which point I start, maybe 11. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. I'll say maybe 11, and then they start to be like a bit more intelligent, and they start to like talk back every now and then. And I find that really funny. Like I find them more interesting to talk to when they can actually like respond coherently. Um so I have like I prefer teenagers basically is what I'm saying. But I think it's like I just wasn't interested. Like the way that they were teaching it, I think just didn't interest me because it was very, very heavily focused on like babies. And like I find like I get why you would find babies interesting from a psychological perspective because that's the point in your life where like your brain is developing the fastest. But also like I'm not super interested in the brain. I'm interested in behavior and how people interact. And babies are not very interesting in that regard. So yeah. That's the thing. Just list the things you're not allergic to. Hi Nitram, hello, hello. What are you gonna do today? Good question. The plan for today is watching some videos. We're gonna watch some videos. I have a playlist of videos that have been submitted by people on the Discord server, which did you know you can join the Discord server? For some reason, like some of these are being marked as watched, even though I actually haven't watched them, so that's a bit weird. Let's see. Where is this playlist? I've lost it. I am trying to find it. So yeah, if you wanted me to look at a video, I can do that. And I will do that if you put it in the Discord server. Today, I feel like I should just like do random, like I feel like I should shuffle the videos, but I also feel like I'll forget what the videos were if I shuffle them. So yeah. I don't want that one on. Oh, okay. Sorry, I've just removed one because I just noticed it was about someone that I don't want displayed on my stream. Okay. That sounds suspicious. It was an academic. Don't worry, it's not a VTuber, it's an academic. Academia's been having some moments recently. Okay. Right. But yes, that's the plan. I have a playlist of videos. Yeah. Keep on a spreadsheet so you can mark them off. Don't call me out like this. Oh dear. Any thoughts on the adjustments to the server? Any thoughts or adjustments to the server with Discord assuming people are under 16 until provided with facial ID or verification? No, nothing's gonna change because you have to be over 16 to be in the server anyway. Like that's the rule. It's the same as the stream. Like no offense if you're under 16, like you're welcome to lurk, just don't tell me. Because that if I find out that there's under 16s watching the stream, I feel nervous. I don't like it. I feel like I have to suddenly, you know, go into teacher mode and it makes me stressed and I think it makes the content worse. It makes the stream worse. And then like the Discord server, frankly, like most people there are adults. You shouldn't be under you just shouldn't be under 16 to be there. Like, you know, it's just not that's not what it's there for. But all of the servers are like sorry, not all the servers. All of the channels are safe for work marked anyway. Like it doesn't change anything about the server. There's not a single channel in there that is not safe for work or 18 plus, so it doesn't change anything. Yeah. Yeah. Just to go into a super say so too form. It's true. That's how I feel. If I find out that there's like a kid, I'm like, now I need to go into big sister mode because I have a large number of younger siblings. So unironically, that's like actually what happens. And I don't like it. So yeah. The Discord ought to be boring enough that younger teens would avoid it anyway. I think it is, you know. I actually do think that it is. I feel like a lot of teens would go into that Discord server. They would see people talking about, I don't know, um, 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 what have we been talking about recently? I'm just gonna have a look at whatever's in. Yeah, people talking about like I don't know how regulation affects employment, conflicts of interest and stuff, or like science jobs, or look, here's some news articles about science things. And I feel like they would look at that and or it's like, let me share a recipe or a meme, but it's like not a teenager kind of meme. And I feel like they just get bored really quickly unless they're a certain brand of teenager, and by that I mean autistic, probably, just like me, for real. So I don't know. We should normalize adult spaces that are not safe for work as a concept. Exactly. I think that's what the server kind of is in a way. I feel like that's kind of what the streams are as well. Like, I think that probably kids don't really tend to. I'm sorry if you are under 16 and I'm calling you a kid. You are. Frankly, if you're 18, you're still a kid to me. Um, but like, yeah, like that's what I want this to be, is like a place for us all to hang out, largely as adults. But it's still like safe for work and say so. Yeah. Yeah. Because like that's fine. We're allowed to have those spaces. We should have those spaces. Yeah. Larvae, exactly. They are. They're larvae. I wasn't sentient until I was at least 23. Umiden, I don't know if I said thank you so much for the 7 stream streak, but I was also I think I was subconsciously ignoring it because of what you said alongside it. I see what you said. And thank you for the lab safety register check-ins, Bobo, Osias, and Just Jane as well. Hi, Just Jane. Hello, hello. Yes, thank you for the lab safety register check-ins. I am yapping because I am once again putting off starting the videos. What kind of videos do we want to watch today? Because I've got different ones on the playlist. I've got sciencey ones and I've got VTubery ones. What are we feeling? What are we feeling? There's a few, yes, there's a few VTuber ones. There's a couple about like misinformation and stuff. There's a couple about academia. There's a couple of psychology ones. Roll the dice. I mean, I can just... There's also one single video apparently from Garen that says, respect Irish breakfast. I fear. Okay. Are there any haggy videos? They're all hag videos, let's be honest. Let's be honest, they're all like that. Okay, I'm gonna shuffle and then see... Okay, this doesn't do anything. Okay, I see. Okay. The Garen. Yeah, we can start with the Garen one because then I don't need to think too hard and we can kind of ease into it. This is a good start. This is a good start. There is a single neuro video on here. Quite funny. And it looks... Wait, oh, someone's actually submitted the like the when Minnie was Evil's therapist. But I've never actually watched that, believe it or not. Okay. Right. Okay, I'm gonna drink some tea. Delicious. Respect Irish breakfast sounds like a nice midstream of breather. Oh, that's true, actually. That's true for when I inevitably don't finish. How about let's start with okay, I've got a list. I've got a top 3 list. Okay. Apparently we're gonna talk about academia today. So let's do that. Let's do that. Let's talk about academia. So I've put on the top of the list is I read the top 100 academic papers of all time by Simon Clark. And then there is a video by Lady of the Library, which is titled I Regret Doing a PhD. I think both of these will be interesting ones to watch. And then the third is the Respect to the Irish Breakfast, whatever this is. Does this sound like a plan? I think this could be a plan. Also, hello, Techno Penguin. Hello, hello. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. Thank you, thank you. Sound good. Cool. Okay. I'm lost and confused. Where am I going? I'm going here. Going... Oh, Discord's ID thing. As per their press release, they state that not everyone is going to have to submit ID verification. There's nothing for them that's going to change, and that ID verification is not the new default. In the same press release, however, they then continue to explain that for a lot of adult users, they already are able to verify their age using the information they already have in their possession. For most people, the discomfort and dislike of the whole thing is the idea that their privacy is being breached. Their privacy doesn't exist. It never existed. I see. Oh, so is it basically like we can work out that you're an adult from the types of things that you're putting in your messages? Is that the type of thing that they're saying? Because like, yeah, like, I don't know why people are surprised by that. Discord is a private platform. Like, you can always assume that if you don't have to pay for a service, if the paid thing is optional, then that means that they are making money off you in a different way, which means they're selling your data. Like, that's what it boils down to. So the thing of like, oh no, what do you mean they can access the content of your messages? Yeah, they always could. They always could. This is why I always say to people, don't put anything private on Discord. Like, you know, just don't do it. But people keep doing it anyway. From the content of your messages, from your links accounts, and from your email address and your phone number. I see. I find the privacy breach is a price I'm happy to pay to make life safer for kids on Roblox. This is a philosophical question. I think I lean more on the side of like, I think that kids, like, I think that parents should be watching their kids. Because like when I was younger, my family were obsessively watching what I was doing online. And like if they saw that I was doing something that they thought was inappropriate, they would intervene and they would give me lessons about it. They wouldn't necessarily prevent me from accessing it. So like, you know, with like, you know, I started playing Call of Duty pretty young, right? Like I was maybe like 14 when I started playing Call of Duty. And like I wanted to play those types of games because like everybody was and it was cool and I want to play them. It sounds fun. And like my family didn't stop me from playing it, even though I was technically below the age rating on the game. But they sat me down and explained to me, like, you need to understand that just because things are okay in a video game doesn't mean that they are okay in real life. And they explained to me the consequences of like, you know, actual war so that I would understand, you know? And I think that that is something that seems to be missing a lot because now I guess it's so normalized. Like parents are often so terminally online that they just don't realize that their kids being terminally online is something that needs to be monitored. I don't know. I don't know. My concern is that not all parents are attentive enough to protect children on the internet. Well, I mean, yes, but not all parents are attentive enough to take their child to hospital or to give them proper food. Unfortunately, there is a small part of society that acts like that, and that's why we have institutions to act as a safety net, you know, like social services and stuff. But it's meant to be a safety net. It's not meant to be a blanket measure. I don't know. That's my general feeling. They made you play through the No Russian mission. I did play through that actually, yeah, but I did manage to talk to my dad about it afterwards, like because I mean I wanted to talk to him about it anyway. But I think I was a bit older when that one came out, so I could actually have a sentient conversation. I think age confirmation is a good thing to have on websites as an option, but it should be a government identification where private companies only get a verification, not the data that comes with the verification process itself. I agree, and this is a big part of like why I just generally refuse to do it. So I think the only age verification that I have ever done was on Google, and that's because like at the end of the day, I keep a copy of my passport on my Google Drive anyway. Like they already have that data. I know it's them, it's not a third party. But the problem is that so many of the platforms are using third parties, and it's like third parties that you've never heard of. Yeah, like it's incredibly suspicious and scary, you know? And it's like some of it you can't even avoid it. Like now that think about it, I have had to add my ID for a couple of things for like UK based things, but it's never like the actual government. It's like a third party company, and half the time it's not even based in the UK. So yeah, governments get hacked too. This is very true, but governments won't sell your data to a different private company. And that's the thing that scares me more, is that it's like the third party is a for-profit company, which means they're providing this service, sure, but what are they doing with the data? Normally there's like some kind of little caveat in their terms and conditions saying that they can sell it. So why would I use that? Why would I do that? Maybe it was all what? How did they spell CERN actually in Steins Gate? I've forgotten. I've forgotten. Uh If you have to identify to access any service, then online anonymity is gone. Whether that's bad or not is, of course, a matter of opinion, but it does complicate life for many, including VTubers. Exactly, exactly. I mean, I've always said I don't really care, and I genuinely don't care. Like, if I needed to verify who I am in order to, you know, for example, verify my qualifications, I don't mind doing it. But the idea of a random for-profit company having a copy of my passport, I don't like that. I don't like that. And they're all different companies as well, which just opens up more vectors for more breaches. Like, it increases the probability that one of them will be breached if I am uploading it to a different one every time. So, yeah. This makes me nervous. I do not like it. Not a good implementation of the system. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, I give it to banks as well. I do give it to banks as well. Banks don't count. Basically, like, I don't mind giving it to a company if it's like for a good purpose and also they are the ones holding the data. So I think I verified my ID with Google, with Twitch, and with my banks because they tell you exactly how long they're holding it. They hold it on their servers and it's for tax purposes. Like, it's for a valid reason. And they do verify it with your government records. So this I will accept. But yeah. Yeah, Revolut's a bank now. They're like an actual, like, proper bank. This reminds me of when everyone's name and medical history was leaked here, not in the US or UK. It was stored in an extremely unsafe way. I mean, this is very common, I think, for, unfortunately, a lot of like digital platform departments in government services are often horribly underfunded, to be honest. So yeah. Yeah. Banks and service providers are very well regulated, at least more than random American corporations. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And also, this is the other thing, is that for me, it also partially depends on where they're based. Like, if they're based in the UK or Europe, I still don't feel good about it, but I'm willing to accept it a little bit more. Whereas if they're based in the US, I'm like, hell no, you are not having my passport. No. I refuse. But yeah. I think there's a lot of interesting questions around it, though. Like, there's a lot of interesting ethics questions. And there's also a lot of interesting psychology questions, too. Because, like, I think that when you enforce these kinds of measures, it's like with any kind of mandatory measure, there's going to be pushback against it. And some of it may be justified, some of it won't be. Some people just refuse to do things because they don't trust the government. And again, sometimes that's justified and sometimes that isn't. So, you know, depends on the context you're in. So this is still, like, very interesting, and there's a lot of things to think about, but I'm also kind of too tired, I think, to think about it in detail right now. Yes. Uh I want to live in more precedented times. Unfortunately, the more precedented times are eerily reminiscent of the 40s. Sweats nervously. I don't like this, Cleeper. I don't like it. Also, hi, bye. Hello, hello. Risk assessment can be such a headache too, considering life is a series of gambles in which you have imperfect and incomplete information, right? And I am so tired. I don't want to have to do a cost benefit analysis every time I create an account on a new platform, and then I'm like, is it safe for me to upload my ID to it? Because, like, that's the thing, is that, like, a lot of places also, even though it's like UK legislation, I think the EU is coming through with something kind of similar in a couple of years. Like, I think something's been passed, but they haven't implemented it yet. But because of that, loads of places are like, oh, what's that? You're using an Ireland-based account. Well, that's a shame. You are in the general region of the UK, and therefore you may not access the thing. Yeah. Hi, Spectral. Hello, hello. How are you doing? I hope you're good. I hope you're good. There are so many implications, for better or worse, that come from this. It's very valid to spend time deliberating on. Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it's an interesting like ethics question, right? And it's also interesting because even within chat, like we seem to have like there's a range of opinions on it. Like you know, it, the thing is that the debate is kind of it's kind of difficult to actually properly get into the root of it sometimes, right? Um, because certain things are very heavily politicized. So you can have two people saying basically the same thing, but because they identify as different social groups in a political sense, like, one identifies with one party and another identifies with a different party, they, even though they're saying basically the same thing, they'll feel like they're disagreeing just purely on the affective, uh, wait, my brain, affective polarization. They feel like they're further apart than they actually are, which is very, very interesting. But it means that you can have, say, for example, in the UK, you can have like someone who votes Labour and someone who votes Conservative, and both of them have the same general position of like, I want to protect kids from bad content, but I also don't like uploading my ID to the internet. And then even though they're saying pretty much the same thing, they can feel like they're saying opposite ends of the spectrum because that's how they identify as a group. So yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. I'm on my dad's PC, and the sheer amount of security checks and whatnot I needed to do to get into my email and stuff. I mean, that's not a bad thing, is it? It's not a bad thing. I don't know that much about cybersecurity. Okay, I'm like a bit. I know probably more than the average person, but not anywhere near what a professional would know. My understanding is as follows: if you have randomly generated strings as your passwords, and you use a password manager to keep on top of all of them, and you also have two-factor authentication on your accounts, ideally from a hardware key such as a YubiKey, but also from like a one-time password app. That's also fine. Then that means that you're doing better than 99% of people. That's my understanding of it. Yeah. You can also get things that create like, how do you say it? Is it aliases? I actually don't know how you say that word, but like alias email addresses, which like obscure your main email address, so people will send an email to that instead of to your one, and it like forwards it on, and then you can ping it back, and it looks like it's from the same address. Um, yeah, they can also help because then if your email gets leaked in a data breach, then it's not actually your email; it's a facade of an email. Proton Mail has that feature built into their password manager. They do indeed. They do indeed. Not sponsored. Maybe one day. They do actually sponsor content creators. And I feel like it would be quite on brand because I actually do use them. I do actually have Proton Mail. I use it for various things. So yeah. Not saying necessarily I use it for stream related things, but I do use it for things. Only a couple of months ago, I found out that you can spoof your email by actually pretending to be the company without doing the Microsoft thing. Oh, yeah. Microsoft accept it's RN. Yes. Yes. You can. You can spoof emails. It's quite scary, but yeah. They even disturbed a stream once. Have a Duo subscription for the expanded storage. Smart. I think I also have a Duo subscription, but that's not for the expanded storage specifically. That's because it was a Duo subscription for two people. And I'm maintaining Husmod's email addresses for a while. Proton is good. Simple Mail is also good. It lets you do aliases. Oh, nice. Simple login. Not email. Oh, yes. As I think Simple Login got bought out by Proton though, right? Is that right? Or is it? I can't check. I don't think I'm logged in. I'm pretty sure it got bought out by them. Yeah. Yeah, so it's the same company now. If you have a website domain purchase, you can make a lot of email addresses using that. You can indeed. You can indeed. I may or may not have. I mean, you'll know that I have at least one. I don't know what I was about to say. Or I may or may not have a domain. Yeah, like it's literally public. You know that I have Psydere.com. why, why am I like this? React slop at Psydere.com. I could make this. I could make this, and then I could forward all of it to Titan. You can have up to 3 domains associated with the Proton Mail account on Duo. Yeah, I think there's already I think there's already 3 on mine, and one of them's mine, and 2 of them are different. I think maybe, or maybe I'm wrong. No, maybe my email from no. I think my email from my Psydere one actually goes somewhere else. No, I don't even use it anymore. Now I've got my. We set up a shared one instead for me and Titan to both use. Yes. That's why, if you haven't seen, my management email has changed now. So emails can go to a different place. It is updated on my website though. So yeah. But also I'm thinking of doing a new website at some point so that it has multiple pages on it. Because I should apparently have a media kit. I don't know what that is. I don't know what it looks like, but I will try and do it because I have been told. Yes. Anyway. Hi, Dark Lord Noir. Hello, hello. Good morning, Dr. Psydere. When you're not divining about the hidden secrets of dinosaur DNA, have you tried or enjoyed any of the world's greatest Beosaurus novels lately? You know, maybe I will finally do it. Maybe I will finally read one of them while I'm at AkimaCon, like, you know, just like sat around waiting between panels. Maybe I'll finally do it. Email as a protocol is so legacy that we need something like 5 to 10 different techniques on top of it just to fight the simplest spam. Yeah. Yeah. VTubers with more than 10 viewers having their DMs open, let alone not having assistants or managers handle their emails, is wild. Well, I hate to break it to you, Cleeper. I have DMs and I have emails. Because I don't pay Titan enough hours to do my emails for me. So it's all largely me. So, although Titan does prompt me. Titan will be like, hey, this email has come in. You should respond to it. And I'll be like, yes, you're right. I should. I just never check my DMs. It's not that. It's not that. It's that I reply to the DMs that I see first, and then they reply back to me before I get further down the list. That's what it is, okay? I'm just bad, okay? I'm just bad. Don't bully me. Wah. I'm like this in my personal life as well, by the way. I think a few weeks ago I said that I have a lot of WhatsApp messages that I haven't replied to. Spoiler alert, I still haven't replied to them. So this is just how I am. I need to like set aside time in my week to just sit down and reply to all of my emails and DMs, but then I don't. So I haven't had time recently because I have work. I am doing a lot of work, and I have also got like 3 4-hour long appointments during the week. Maybe 4 hours is a bit of an exaggeration. 3. I'll average it out to 3 3-hour long appointments, and then so that's what's that 3 6 9. I have 9 hours just of like medical appointments every week. So yeah, 9 hours of medical appointments, 30 hours of work, except it's actually more like 45 at the minute because I'm doing a bunch of unpaid overtime. Don't tell my manager I said that. And then the rest of the time I do VTubing, and VTubing sometimes, I mean, just the stream time alone is like another 9 hours, I think, often more every week. So I'm kind of busy at the minute. I've been very tired. This is why I'm looking like this currently. It's because I'm tired. Are you all right? Good question. I don't know. I'm very tired. But that's why I'm taking a bit of time off. Apparently I streamed 16 hours over the last week. So 16 hours of stream, but then except actually that doesn't account for when I was on other people's streams. So I guess it's actually 17 because I did an hour where I went on Ellie's stream. Was that this week? Or in the last 7 days? Probably. I think it probably was. Yeah. And then I do like a equivalent again in terms of like prep and stuff. So yeah. What about the partner push? It's still happening. It's still happening. I'm still doing it. Oh, do you want to know how we're doing? I can tell you how we're doing. The answer is, oh, there's an ad playing. The answer is that we still need a few weeks. We still need about 2 weeks before I can apply again. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Since there is an ad playing, I am going to go to BRB quickly for the remainder of the ad because I did not pay attention and realize that was happening. So I will see you in a few minutes. Get ready for Pikmin. Pikmin 4 and 5, Pikmin 6, Pikmin 7, Pikmin 18, million and 11, Pikmin 3 Deluxe and hey Pikmin, new centrifuge to put Pikmin in. Pikmin in your membrane, that's called Pikmin blot. Old Pikmin theorem that scientists forgot. New mechanics, quantum Pikmin. Pikmin chest tube, Pikmin balloon mount, radio sound, Pikmin electrons covalent bond, Pikmin AI published IEEE, slowed down Pikmin due to relativity. Pikmin in your culture,
Flatulence Incarnate gifted a tier 1 sub to J5 1977.
Pikmin in your culture,
they have given 22 gift subs in the channel.
Contaminating everything it touches. Pikmin in your fucking culture. Pikmin 1 and 2 and Pikmin 3. Pikmin you play control for the Wii. Pikmin 4 and 5, Pikmin 6, Pikmin 7, Pikmin 18, million and 11, Pikmin 3 Deluxe and hey Pikmin, new centrifuge to put Pikmin in. Pikmin in your membrane, that's called Pikmin blot. Old Pikmin theorem that scientists forgot. New mechanics, quantum Pikmin. Pikmin chest tube, Pikmin balloon mount, radio sound, Pikmin electrons covalent bond, Pikmin AI published IEEE, slowed down Pikmin due to relativity. Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating all it touches. Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating everything it touches. Pikmin in your fucking culture. Pikmin 1 and 2 and Pikmin 3. Pikmin you play control for the Wii. Pikmin 4 and 5, Pikmin 6, Pikmin 7, Pikmin 18, million and 11, Pikmin 3 Deluxe and hey Pikmin, new centrifuge to put Pikmin in. Pikmin in your membrane, that's called Pikmin blot. Old Pikmin theorem that scientists forgot. New mechanics, quantum Pikmin. Pikmin chest tube, Pikmin balloon mount, radio sound, Pikmin electrons covalent bond, Pikmin AI published IEEE, slowed down Pikmin due to relativity. Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating all it touches. Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating everything it touches. Pikmin in your fucking culture. Pikmin 1 and 2 and Pikmin 3. Pikmin. Yes. Pikmin in your culture. Welcome to the basement. We're in the basement now. How do you feel about that? Oh! Why am I getting smaller? Hello? Oh! Okay. That was rude. Okay. Let me see. Wait. I'm scrolling. Flatches Incarnate, what the heck? Thank you so much for the gifted sub to J5. Thank you for blessing our King of Gregs. Thank you. Unfortunately work stuff, but I hope you will have a lovely day and a wonderful stream. Thank you for your company. Thank you for joining us, Luke. I hope work goes well. Thank you for joining us. Too big? I can be bigger. How big can I go? Oh, maybe don't grow there. Oh. How do you feel about this? How do you feel? Hi. Hi, how are ya? Distressed? Why are you distressed? I've never done anything bad. Hence? Get out of my face? Okay, fine. Why is it doing that? Okay. I need to go over here. Is this a good size? Probably. Probably this is good enough. Then I am going. Oh, I'm cut off. Why am I cut off? Why am I like that? And then I need to. There we go. That's more like it. And then I need to go here. And then I need to go here. And then I need to go here. Then I need to go here. And I need to go here. There we go. Okay. Here we are. Here we are. We're ready to do our reaction content. Like a good streamer. I'm a good streamer. I'm doing my react slop, except the react slop is educational. I don't know what I'm going to have to say about this paper. So I have not seen it before. I haven't seen any of them. I don't know why it keeps saying that I've seen them. I guess because I've added them to a playlist, it thinks that I've watched them. I don't know. I don't know. But this one I know for a fact I have not seen. But I do know Simon Clark. Why am I not subscribed to him, actually? Am I on the right account? What account am I on? Wait. No, I am on the right account. I'm surprised that I'm not subscribed to him. Okay. So Simon Clark, I know is he wait, I'm just gonna show you. I'm gonna show you. So this guy, I was watching this guy like way back in the day. Like I vlogged the entire final year of my PhD. But if you go all the way back to his oldest videos, he used to do vlogs of when he was like an undergraduate, like in physics at Oxford. And I used to watch his videos all the way back then when I was like, maybe one day I'll go to Oxford. I didn't go to Oxford. Spoiler alert, I wasn't smart enough to go to Oxford. So like that was all of his original content. But then like I think in the last couple of years, he's kind of like pivoted to doing more like science communication style content. Mostly around like environmental science, because that is what his PhD was in, if I remember correctly. It was something to do with climate modeling. Yeah. So yeah, that's him. But yeah, if you go back to his PhD days, also watching his PhD vlogs were also really helpful. Oh my god, was it all that way back? All that way back. That's horrifying. I don't like this. Not a PhD vlog. Yeah, if you go all the way, there we go, all the way back to his like PhD days, then yeah, there's like content around his PhD, and there we go. There we go. 7 years ago he graduated. That's wild. I remember that like it was yesterday. That's horrifying. Big loss for Oxford. I don't think I would have fit in at Oxford. I think that Oxford is very how do I explain this? I think that Oxford has a particular culture, and I don't think it's a culture that I would have worked very well with. Wasn't he a math PhD? No, he was it. So his undergraduate was in physics, and I think his master's was in also physics, and then I'm pretty sure that his PhD was in something to do with climate modeling. Yeah, time passes too fast to keep up. I know, right? It's horrifying. Horrifying. Do all mad scientists VTubers have chat trapped in basement laboratories? No comment. No comment. Normally it's the mods that get trapped in the basement, no? I don't trap my mods in the basement. I'd never do that. So is this fitting the screen properly? Yeah. Okay. Oxford is a special place for special people. It certainly is, and it's not for me. It's not for me. Like I considered applying, and then I went to like an information day to learn about the application process. And like to get into university in the UK in general, you do what's called a UCAS application, which is basically where you write like an essay. You write an essay explaining why you should study this course, why it suits you, your previous experience, why you care about it. For Oxford and Cambridge, you do other things. You have to do like, you have to submit like a different essay, like an actual essay on a subject. You have to, sometimes you have to like sit an exam, sometimes, and then you always have to go in and do an interview. So like, yeah, unless like you get just outright rejected. And I was like, I don't want to do that much work. Like that was my driving motivation, was I don't want to do that much work. And then the student finance situation for me was also kind of like I started looking into like scholarships and stuff that I might have been able to get, and there were a lot that I could have got, but I didn't trust myself to be able to apply to them correctly, so I didn't apply in the end. Yeah. Yeah. Enjoy your tutoring, Kami Belladonna. I hope it goes well. I hope it goes well. Write an essay. I'd rather fight the I'd rather. What is the rancor? What? That'd be more doable. Yeah, it honestly, it's like painful. I don't know why people do it to themselves. Well, I know why they do it to themselves. It's because prestige. Because then you're in like one of the world's best universities. I get it. I get it. I get it. Like I get it. But if you don't want to go into like a high-powered career, I don't think it's super necessary. Like I'm very happy with my career. I'm in a good career, but I'm not in a high-powered career, you know. But it's one that I'm happy with. I think one that's like that, I wouldn't be able to cope with very well. I can barely cope with my current career, to be honest. So I can barely cope as it is. So yeah, I think if I'd have gone to Oxford or Cambridge, I think I would have ended up dropping out, to be frank. Yeah. Oh, it's the beast from Star Wars. Oh, I see. Okay, I remember now. Interviews are pretty standard across every uni for undergrad physics courses. Are they? I'm not sure they are in the UK. Like, because like a lot of them have like 200, 300 people. You're telling me that they and that's just the people that get in. So you're telling me that they interview 200-300 people. So actually, it would be like 400, 500 people. No, they don't do that. Mostly you will only get interviews on courses where there's a really heavy clinical component. So like nursing, dentistry, medicine, those kinds of things. I was never interviewed for psychology. I was interviewed for dentistry when I applied for that. And I failed it. Apparently I wasn't very good socially. So yeah, that's awkward. I'm sat here with this brilliant logo behind me, and they are not sponsoring today's stream. I would like to put that out there also. I just have not started the video yet because I am yapping and can't be stopped. Anyway, shall we watch this? I applied for 5 unis and all 5 asked me to do an interview, but maybe my grades were borderline. Was that like was that in the UK, and was that for an undergrad degree? And are they like quote unquote good unis? Because maybe also the unis I applied to, like wait, I'm trying to think if I name drop the biggest one that I got accepted into. I don't know if it's gonna dox me. I'm thinking for a second. I think it's fine. So the biggest name, I got accepted into a couple of Russell Group universities, and I also got accepted into like the main university for behavioral economics in the UK. Because I got accepted onto doing like a behavior science masters with them. And I was not asked to do an interview. And I know that Husmod studied physics, and he did not do any interviews for his undergrad. Not a single one. And he also applied for pretty good universities. He never did an interview. He did at PhD level. So, yeah. All in the UK and all undergrad and all pretty good, but not Oxford. Interesting. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, because the ones that I got accepted into the good ones, including Russell's, no essay there either. Yeah. Yeah, so for all of mine, I just had to do, for both masters and undergrad, I just had to do a personal statement and then submit my grades, and then they accepted me. Yeah. Could have been one of the economists. I know, I could have been economics dere. How horrible is that? How cursed could that have been? I could have been sat here like, hello, I have a graduate degree from fancy London university. And instead, I did not. I went to a university that is, I think, pretty well known among psychologists, but not really by the general public. Yeah. Might have been my classmate at uni, dodged a bullet, honestly. uh, uh, a lot of grad schools require interviews. I did not get into ones that require interviews because I'm both scrupulously honest and very weird. That's a mood. You know, okay, so my PhD required me to have an interview. So all of my all of my PhD applications required interviews. Well, okay, the one that I got rejected from, they didn't interview me. But I think it's one of those situations where they already knew who they were going to give it to, and they were just advertising it to look honest. They didn't even ask me for an interview. And then I like followed up 2 weeks later. I was like, when like, you know, the closing date was like a week ago. When can I expect to hear back about like whether there will be an interview or not? And then they were like, oh, sorry, we've already filled the position. And I was like, it's been a week. Huh? Annie? So that was kind of sus. That was incredibly sus. That was a Russell Group uni. I won't say what one, but it was a Russell Group uni. But then yeah, I got accepted into 2 others, but then I went with one that I went with in Ireland. Yes. But yeah, I had to do an interview for the PhD that I actually got onto, and it was not, I think it was, I was interviewing for basically like, we want you to evaluate this training program. And I turned up and I was like, sounds interesting. However, what about conspiracy theories? And they gave me that. So I don't know how I pulled that off, but you know, maybe my enthusiasm just came through. I guess it's safe to say the ones that I didn't get accepted into: York, Imperial, Warwick, and Edinburgh. Okay, Imperial needing interviews, that I can understand. The others I'm surprised by, because one of those, I know someone who went there for undergrad physics and they did not have an interview. So, weird. Strange. For my undergrad and master's degree, I just filled in the online form and got a confirmation mail the next day. On one hand, that's very useful. On the other hand, that sounds incredibly sus. That sounds incredibly sus. Why is that so easy? What the heck? Sometimes they have someone lined up and they have to fake going through the motions. Yeah, I think that's what happened with that one that I applied to. Yeah, that I never heard back from. I think, well, I did hear back from it, but it was only after prompting. Yeah. They might look at A-levels or give tests or interviews. Oh, maybe. No, because the person that I know went to one of those universities and did physics and didn't need an interview. So I don't know. Unis are weird. Admissions processes are weird. I know people that work in admissions offices and like even they seem to think it's weird. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Warwick's a really good uni. Yeah. Warwick is like, I mean this in a loving way, okay? But like the stereotype of Warwick is like, it's where people go if they're like a private school kid that can't get into Oxbridge. So it's like people that are, you know, well educated go there. But also I know a few people that went there and some of them hated it because they were like, everybody's posh and I don't like it. Everyone is different to me. There's no one else that understands the struggle of pasta king. Got an unconditional offer for uni and proceeded to coast through my A-levels. Nice. That's the dream. I got, in my second round applying, because I already had my A-levels, I also got an unconditional offer, but it was to my second choice uni. And then I got a conditional offer to my first choice, where I ended up going. But it was like, it was weird, because it was like, conditional on me basically getting my last A-level, because like I did 4 like A2 level subjects. And they were like, you've done 3 already, but one of them is not a great grade. If you can get a better grade than that one, doesn't matter what it is, any better grade, then we will let you in. And then I did, and then they let me in. So that was good. Yeah. Can confirm one of my friends did exactly that. They came out of that and then walked straight into a fancy job at IBM. Fancy. I don't think I would like a job somewhere like that though. Stressful. Good old fashioned nepotism. Good to know that more things change, the more they stay the same. Academia is an interesting place because it is very like I think it depends. I can't even say it depends on the institution because I think it very much depends on the lab within the institution. So like I know people at I have heard of situations where there's people at the same uni and one of them is like, we are just advertising this to look transparent, but we know who's getting it. It's going to be an internal candidate. And other cases where they're like, we are advertising this broadly because we want the best candidate. And I'm like, it's not even consistent within the department. But normally it's like dependent on who the PI is, to be honest. I think some PIs are more open to recruiting fairly than others. Yeah. I struggled like heck with my A levels and then I had to retake it, but it was better than the requirements that the unis had. Yeah, I also struggled, but not for like academic reasons. I struggled for personal reasons. I had some personal stuff going on. I was like really sick for a big chunk of high school. So my attendance ended up being like 50% at some points. And as a result, I don't think I was particularly prepared for certain bits of A level. And then when I was doing A levels, like my health in general was better, but it still wasn't great. And then I had to redo it. Yeah. I got turned down from Warwick for a PhD and I was really experienced and well qualified and the interview went great. So screw Warwick. I'm glad we're on the same page here. Not all of my homies hate Warwick. No, please don't sue me, University of Warwick. I'm sure you're great. I don't know anything about you apart from that some of my friends didn't enjoy their experience there. But some of them did. So, you know, I'm backpedaling so that I don't get sued. Anyway. Another one of my friends went to Manchester Met. And these are days, and if these days back and forth to Caltech and often works with the actual Brian Cox. That would I would love to work with, or not even work with. I'd love to meet Brian Cox. He's like a science communication Oshi. Can I get a reference for my masters eventually for my top quality? No. No reference for you, but if you want to do research with me, then I can give you a reference. This is actually just a ploy. This is all a ploy. Streaming is a ploy so that I can try and get honorary research assistants so that then you guys get letters of recommendation and I can get my research done. It's all a trap. Why do I keep knocking my desk today? Why am I doing that? I'm moving my chair. Moving my chair. Okay. Anyway. So, shall we actually watch the video now? Do you know what? I feel like, given we're on the topic of academia, I feel like watching the I regret doing my PhD one first might make more sense. Let's keep it thematic. Let's do it. I skipped all testing to get into both of my degrees. I did open uni for my bachelor, which doesn't require any tests, and then my scores for it were just enough to get conditionally into my master's without having to do the test. Nice. Nice. The good old trick of writing the call for biz so that one applicant can fulfill it. Yeah. Yeah. I guess that will take you anyway. Attitude is why a third of the people on my course dropped out or flunked out at the end of the first year. That's pretty common though, to be fair. Normally it's my experience is that normally there's like two kind of points. Well, maybe a couple actually. There's a few points where there's like a mass dropout, right? My experience was that the first one was around Christmas when the first assignments are due. And loads of people just suddenly go, you know what? I actually can't be bothered with this. This isn't worth the work. And I've had the Freshers Week experience. I've got everything I wanted out of it. So I'm going to drop out. I think the second one, you're right, is like first year exams. Either like before or after when people either can't cope with the pressure or they don't get the results that they want. And then I think the third time is like in the middle of second year, at least in the UK. Like the jump from first year to second year, I think was harder than the jump from A level to first year and the jump from second year to third year. Like for me, at least in psychology, second year was the most intense year because it's when in psychology, it's when you have all of your required modules for your accreditation. So you have to do all of the subjects, even if you don't like them. You don't get any choice on what modules you do. So mine was like I had to do like developmental psychology, 2 social psychology modules. I think I had to do oh, I don't remember, 2 stats modules and personality and cognitive psychology. There was another one. The last one's escaping me, but there was another one. Or maybe the stats was worth 3. Maybe the stats was worth 3 modules of credits, actually, now I say it. But either way, like, I had to do a lot of stuff. And I didn't enjoy it as much because, like, every single one of those modules had an essay and another piece of coursework and an exam at the end of the year. And it was so much. I couldn't remember any of it. It was so bad. Yeah. But that being said, anyway, shall we? I reckon they allow you to choose your psych specialty later on. Yes, they do. I didn't really choose my specialty until I did my master's, to be honest, because my final year of undergrad was still pretty broad. Like I did a bit of neuropsychology / neuroscience. I did a bit of social psychology. I did forensic psychology, I think. Then I did like a final year research project, which was in something else. It was in social psychology, sorry. I didn't do social psychology modules, funnily enough. But I did my research project. I can't remember what else I did in final year. I don't remember. I did a sociology module. That was what I did. Yeah. Then I got the highest grade in the whole of the sociology department. That was pretty funny. Yeah. You did neuroscience only to end up doing neuroscience. Yeah, it's true. It's true. I did. I'm mistaken for thinking taking forever to get through the paper was just a papers thing. It's videos too. It's all of them. I'm just like this. I'm sorry. I'm just like this. Okay, we'll watch the video now. Okay, we're going to watch the I regret doing a PhD one since it's thematically appropriate to academia. Okay, right. Subtitles are on. Let me know if the sound needs to go up or down. I guess we should probably turn the music off also. Sorry for just dramatically turning the music off. Anyway. Also, the sponsors reflected in this video do not sponsor me. So if there's any codes or anything, you're not doing anything for me. I guess you're doing something for this person though. This video has 250,000 views. It's from 2 years ago. Lady of the Library, I regret doing a PhD. I assume she's probably a humanities student, or she was a humanities student based on the fact that she is called Lady of the Library and has a lot of books behind her. That's my assumption, but I guess we're going to find out. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Okay, it's not. I never want any of you to tell me ever again that I have a posh accent, okay? This is a posh accent, okay? Stop telling me I have a posh accent. I'm not posh. But she's already said that, like, you know, she's spent years planning for it, which I find really interesting. I know a lot of people do, like, put a lot. So, okay, basically there's, like, in the UK, there's different ways that you can apply to do a PhD. You sound the same. I'm gonna fight you, Sparks Maker. I'm gonna fight you, and you will end up with bites on your arm. You sound like a pauper to her prince. Thank you. Whatever the accent is, I'm here for it. It's so nice, isn't it? But it's also very posh. You don't have a posh accent. You have a Penrose accent. I feel like Rin Penrose does have a pretty posh accent, though. I don't know. For a PhD, you must get paid in the UK. That is not true. That's not true. Okay. Right. Okay. So here is how it works. Maybe something like a little like an apprenticeship. No, wrong. Sorry, you're wrong. So the way that you get funded for a PhD in the UK is that yes, you apply for something called a studentship. So there's two main ways that this can get funded. It can either get funded through a funding body. So for example, there's like a national funder called UKRI. I think it's UK Research and Innovation or something like that, and they disperse funds to what they call councils, funding councils, and they're split up by discipline, like broad discipline, I should say. So there's one for life sciences, which is like biology and medicine and things like that. There's one for like physical sciences, so physics and chemistry and things. There's one for science and technology, which is kind of astrophysics and quantum stuff and computing and things like that. There's one for economic and social research, so economics, psychology, sociology, etc., etc. There's an arts and humanities one. There's like a business one that's separate. There's a whole bunch of them basically, and you can apply for funding to those. You can also apply to funding to something called a oh, what are they called? A DTP, a doctoral training program. I think that's what it stands for. Don't quote me on that. I'm pretty sure it stands for doctoral training program. And this is normally a collaboration of universities that are kind of vaguely in the same same regional area, that have acquired funding from UKRI. They then dispense it to PhD students to do training at one of their universities. So, say for example, I don't actually know what DTPs generally would look like. Let's say hypothetically there might be a DTP in I don't know, Southeast England that is like what are the universities? There'd be a separate one for London, so it'd be non-London Southeast universities. So it could be, for example, Brighton, Sussex, Surrey, Kent, Essex, for example. That could be some of them. There would be another DTP that would be in the northeast of England, for example, that could be like Sunderland, Teesside, Newcastle, etc., Durham. Yeah. And then there might be, for example, another one in the northwest of England for like Liverpool, Manchester. I forgot what else is around there. Maybe that would be like a kind of belt one actually, because there's quite a few cities that are all kind of like roughly parallel to each other. So I can imagine there would be one that's like, you know, like Liverpool, Manchester, Manchester Met, Sheffield, Leeds, for example, hypothetically. So yeah, so you can apply directly to the funder. You can apply through a doctoral training partnership. You can also get studentships through like third parties. So for example, philanthropy. So charities or just rich people that are giving money. And then finally, some universities offer what they call a graduate teaching studentship, which is where the university themselves pay you in return for a certain number of teaching hours every year. So that one's like, you don't get paid to do your research, you get paid to do your teaching that then pays for your research, if that makes sense. It's kind of like a trade-off. You have to spend extra hours doing teaching, but then in return you do get paid, and often you get paid a little bit better than if you were getting a studentship. The thing that's important to know here is that studentships are generally below minimum wage. So I don't know how much they are now, but when I was looking to apply for them, I think minimum wage after tax would have been a few thousand more every year than the studentship was giving me. The logic for that is that they're also deducting, like, you know, tuition fees and library access and things like that off of your money. So that's how generally funding works in the UK. You can do a PhD unfunded. It's not recommended, but a lot of people do it, where they might just work a job and then do their PhD on the side. So like funding is not a requirement in the UK. In theory, you can just pay to do your own PhD. I don't recommend it if you're young. It's more like something people generally seem to do if you know they're a bit further through their career already, you know, they have savings and it's a career move that they want to do. PhDs have tuition fees. Yes, of course they do. It's a degree. Of course they do. They're often not very much in the UK, to be fair. I think a lot of my friends have told me that it's like a few hundred up to like 3,000 per year. So it's a lot less than undergrad. But you do still have to pay them. Yeah. If you pay for your own PhD, who owns the results? That depends on the university, but generally, a university will take the approach of whatever research that you do while you're a student with them, that is their IP. So unless you can organize some kind of IP agreement, anything that you do as a PhD student is probably the property of the university. Yeah. Yeah. Uh, does this make sense? Is this clear? Sounds like something best paid for by parents when possible. I mean, yes and no. It's very, very like I'd say the tuition fees for doing a PhD in the UK are all right. It's the living costs that really get you. Like you have to live in probably in a student majority city, or at least a city that has a large student population. And unfortunately, they are often very, very expensive. Um, Especially if you're going to like one of the universities that have a particular reputation. So say for example, Oxford and Cambridge are horrifically expensive. They are so expensive. I don't know how much rent is, and I don't want to find out, but I know people that live in in cities that may or may not be Oxford and or Cambridge, and I gotta say, what they are paying on their mortgage, which in theory should be better value for money, is still like 3 times what I pay in rent. So for my apartment, and it's normally like not even that much bigger. It might be a bit bigger, but not that much bigger. So yeah, um, they're very expensive. And you know, worst case scenario, you go to London. Good luck. That's all I can say. Good luck. Hi Gideon here. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. How are you doing? I hope you're good. Very clear. I've learned something. Yippee! Meanwhile, undergrad and master's fees are obscene. Yeah, I mean, I think an undergrad tuition fee in the UK is what is it? It's just under £10,000 per year now. I think. Um, if you're a home student, so that's what you can get a student loan on from the government, which then comes out of your paycheck forever because there's no chance you'll ever pay it back. International fees are normally triple that. So, or double or triple. So, yeah, they're significantly more. Yeah. Like, I know people that when they told me how much they were paying in tuition fees when I was a student, I didn't know how to respond because the amount that they paid for their tuition over the 4 years of the degree was more than people I know now have paid as a deposit on their house. Like, triple, do I have news for you? Oh my god, is it more? My fees were more than 10 times. What? 10? That's horrifying. Staying with Open Uni for PhD seems more and more alluring. Honestly, Open University's actually got a really good research culture now. Like, yeah, I know a few people that have been involved in the Open University, either as like lecturers or as PhD level things, and they seem to really enjoy it. But my understanding though is that if you're doing Open University, depending on what you're researching, if you might actually have to go to their campus for a PhD, so you might have to move to Milton Keynes, which I don't envy that prospect. I don't really like Milton Keynes very much personally. It's got too many roundabouts, and I feel like the whole place feels a bit uncanny valley. But yeah. Yeah. Hi, spooky one. Hello, hello. Thank you for the lab safety racer check-in. Thank you for the like, Kaimi. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Anyway, now that I've explained the funding situation, I also love the absolute horror. It's just such a weird place. It just feels weird. Like, it doesn't feel like a real place. I think it's because it's a planned town, and most towns in the UK are not planned. So it just felt wrong. It just feels wrong. I don't know. I don't know. It just makes me feel uncomfortable. It's like, also it's got like grids in places, and I don't like grids. Like grids, no. I think JetLab described Milton Keynes as the most car-centric city in the UK. Interesting. I can see why they say that, but my understanding is that Milton Keynes actually has a really, really good bus network, and so the car use isn't super bad. That's my understanding of Milton Keynes. I might be wrong, but my understanding was that it's also like very, very walkable, and it's not quite like a 15-minute city, but it's close enough. So people can just walk places if they need to go to the shop or something. So that was what I thought Milton Keynes was like. But it is, yes, the roundabouts do make it feel very car centric. I would say the most car centric city that I've ever been to in the UK. mm, I mean, Milton Keynes would definitely be up there, I think. I know that statistically, if you look at like the statistics around it, the urban area that has one of the highest car usages, if I remember correctly, is actually Belfast in Northern Ireland. I think that might technically be the most car centric city in the UK. But like the thing is that the roads are not big enough for it, and there's always really bad traffic. So it's also very walkable though. It's still very walkable and like, you know, I don't know. It's just everyone apparently statistically drives. So, yeah. Hi, Gara Inge. Thank you for the lab safety race to check in. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Okay, we've managed to get 13 seconds in before I stopped and started yapping. Okay, let's go back to her. But yeah, she says that she spent like really, really long time planning for something. So I'm guessing that's the PhD, the past decade planning for it, which is a bit wacky to me because the thing that I didn't mention is that there's two ways to apply for a PhD. This was why I was going down this tangent. So there's two ways to apply for a PhD. Either you can apply with a research proposal, and then the funder selects you, or you can apply for a pre-existing project as though it's a job, and you basically do like a job interview. So doing a PhD was actually very spontaneous. Yeah, I just kind of randomly decided, you know what, I like this research thing, and then looked for PhD positions that had a opening and were in the job style because I didn't want to write an application for a proposal. And then I applied and then I got it. So yeah. Those two aren't the same thing. No, they're not the same thing. So the funding application can be done directly where you write a research proposal of your own idea. So for example, I might come along and be like, hello funder, I'm going to now write you a 1,000 word funding proposal all about conspiracy theory beliefs and VTubing, for example. And then I submit it to the funder with the university's endorsement, and then they assess it against other people who are also applying from the same university, all of the departments, and then they allocate the funding. Or you can also apply. Yeah. Or the other option is that a PI will get a pre-existing grant and they will write a PhD position into that grant. And then there's like set things that we know that you need to do on this project. And therefore, they just post it as a job interview, basically. Yeah. For the latter, doing the PhD as a job, do you still need to do a thesis, defense / monograph? Yes, you do. You do. It's not going to be about the professor's work. So normally what you'd be doing is you'd be doing, Maple, hi! Hi, Maple. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi, welcome raiders. Welcome raiders. Welcome in, Maple. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. And welcome in, raiders. Hello. I'm Psydere. I'm a research psychologist. This is meant to be a React stream. We have been going for 1 hour and 47 minutes, and I am 8 seconds into a video. React stream. That's how we're doing. Who has come in? Hello, Apples. Hi. Hello. And hello, Kynaps. Hello. Welcome in. Is this the first video? Yes. It is. It is the first video. And I also see a couple of you that might have been lurking in both of our streams. I see Thank you. It's the same as the research papers. We expect nothing less. Exactly. Exactly. It's a very in-depth reaction. Honestly, like I spent an hour just yapping at the beginning of the stream, and then she said something about this is how I've been planning this for a decade, and then I was like, so now I'm going to give you an in-depth explanation as to how PhD funding works in the UK. But apparently that's how my brain works. And hi Skellytones, hi! Thank you so much for the raid. What the heck? Hello Skellytones, thank you so much for the raid. What the heck? Hello, hello. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid, I appreciate it. And also Maple, both of you. Okay. So both of you, if you want to tell me, because you've been like back to back, what was that, a minute apart? That's pretty fun. Double raid. Yeah, first of all, you will have to get in the Skinner box. That's the first rule. Second of all, Maple and Skellytones, if you want to tell me what you're up to, I would love to hear it. But if you need to raid and run, that's also fine. Please do. You know, you need to look after yourself after you've been streaming, so please get up, stretch your legs, etc. Eat some food, drink some water. Please do that if you need to. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, thank you both so much for the raids. I really appreciate it. What was I saying? Seon, what was I saying? Something about defense. Yes. So if you do the job style PhD application, then you do still need to do the defense at the end. Yes. So that answers your question. It's still your work. Normally the professor, overwhelmingly the professor will let you do a spin on whatever the plan was. So, you know, you'll be like maybe doing things that address the KPIs in the original research project, but you'll also be doing extra research that builds off it, because it is the best way to cheaply start looking into the next thing for your next grant. That's how it works. So it is ultimately still your work. You will still be doing a big chunk of the planning, the research design and stuff. It's not like they just, you know, hand you a fully completed project plan and say, okay, you follow this now. It's still that you plan everything out yourself. But it's just like they will say to you, you need to hit this, this, and this outcome in terms of like, you need to measure this thing, please. And then, you know, we get a paper out of that, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. I was going to raid Maple, but she raided out. Funny, we both came here. It's a lovely laugh, to be fair. Thank you so much. That is really funny. That's so funny. I was playing a private server for one of my favorite online games from like 2000. Great stuff. Yapped a lot too. Let's go. I hope you had fun. And then Skellytones, I was just playing some Mugenics. It just came out today. It's a cat breeding / battling roguelike from the guy that made Binding of Isaac. Oh, okay. I like cats, but also battling them sounds aggressive, and that kind of scares me. Oh, I hope you both had fun. I hope you have both enjoyed yourself. I hope you both had fun. Yeah. But yeah, Seon, did that answer your question? Did that answer your question, Seon? But yeah, you still do a full defense. With the monograph, it depends on the style of PhD program you're on. If you're in Europe, you'll probably do papers instead. Monograph is like, it's more a humanities thing, but you do have the option to do it in others. It's like not the default normally though. But I opted to do it because I thought I will get my plan was to publish my monograph open access straight away. So that then people could cite it if they needed to, because I'm not sure when this year I'm going to get around to writing up my papers. So yeah, that was my logic, but not everyone else I knew did like actual papers. Like I chose monograph as a result of the weird situation that I had going on with like a load of my research was really delayed because of COVID. So yeah, bit whimsical and dark, fun so far though. That's good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Hi Glacier Leo, thank you for the lab safety race to check in. Thank you. Welcome in. Just a warning, Mugenics is a cat game for cat haters. Oh. Psyderes do clinical practicum instead of thesis, incidentally. Yeah, it's funny you say that. Because in the UK, they also do a thesis. So they do clinical practicum and they do a thesis. You have to do a research project. Um, one of my friends did it, and I think her research project was. I feel really bad. I forgot what the specifics was. I wouldn't say the specifics anyway because that would like dox her, and therefore you can probably work out who I was. But like it was in the population of people with intellectual disabilities. That I do remember. So it was something around mental health and intellectual disabilities. And she basically spent her entire final year doing it, and it was like an actual proper research project. Like it wasn't like, you know, like an undergrad thesis where it's like, okay, here's a little idea, teehee, you know, enjoy testing it out. It was like a bit above a master's level thesis. Like it was a proper project, you know. Um it had like multiple studies in it. Yeah. Uh or maybe it was one round of data collection, but there was multiple methods of analysis that were kind of vaguely approximate to it being multiple studies, if that makes sense. Yeah. Uh Apples, thank you for the lab safety race to check in. Thank you, thank you. It might also vary from school to school. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, in the UK, a lot of these things are regulated. So there's in psychology at least, there's an organization called the British Psychological Society that regulates what is done in psychology undergrad courses and then also in professional programs. So for example, like clinical psychology doctorates, which are Declin Psy or Cyclin D or something, I don't know. And then also professional masters as well, so like forensic psychology, for example. Yeah. How much does your PhD uni determine your academic career? That's a good question. I think there is definitely there is actually a paper that I read about this a little while back. Hang on, I can bring it up maybe. Give me a second and I'll find this paper. Or actually, no, it's going to take me ages. But basically, there is a correlation between the prestige of the university that you go to and then like your later employment prospects as an academic. So I think it was people who had gone to a more prestigious university were more likely to be tenure track. 5 or 7, I can't remember, between 5 and 10 years after okay, wait, actually now I think about it, the timeline makes me think it makes most sense for it to be 7. So I think it was that people who had gone to a prestigious university like an R1 university in the US were more likely to either be tenure track or tenured. Whereas people who had been to less prestigious universities were more likely to either be a postdoc or to be a like an education focused lecturer. Yeah. Or like and they were also more likely to be at a less reputationally prestigious university as well. So say for example, if someone went to an R1 university in the US, so like a Russell Group equivalent in the UK, then they were more likely to then continue to be at an R1/Russell Group university later in their career. Whereas if they were, but they also went down in terms of prestige. So people from R1/Russell Group were also more likely to be tenured at education first. So like, for example, former polytechnic universities. And then people who were from less reputationally prestigious universities were more likely to have left academia. Yeah. Yeah, and they were more likely to be adjunct as well. Yes, yes, yes. Adjunct, I don't think we really have a concept of adjunct in the UK and Ireland. Like I've never seen that as a thing. But it's basically like a 0 hours contract. You just kind of do whatever teaching they give you. That's my understanding. Yeah. Smaller universities tends to be more guided. Larger prestige tends to be less hand-on from your mentor. I don't know about that. I think it's probably yes to a point. But I know that the big selling point of Oxford and Cambridge specifically is that they have small class sizes and you get a lot of one-on-one time with your mentor. So like with your academic tutor, you get a lot of time with them. So I would say yes to a point. Also the brand name. Yes, yes, yes. We have no shot at good jobs for a while. 10k PhDs flooded the job market last year. That is horrifying. I do not like that statistic. I was one of them. Well, I have a job though, actually. I have a job, so. But I also left academia, so. I'm one of the ones that went to a relatively prestigious university and yet decided to leave academia. That was me. All these PhDs coming to take our jobs. I know, right? Shocking. Shocking. Okay, I'm gonna drink my tea, and we should be happy that more people are reaching the peak of education. I do think it's broadly a good thing, but the problem with the UK specifically is that people are coming out with so much debt, and then they're well educated, but they're not getting a job that reflects it. So, for example, they'll have like a PhD, and then they'll be doing like what is effectively a glorified admin job. That's not okay. That's not great. Um, it's fine if that's what they choose to do. I've met people that got a PhD and then were like, "Nope, I'm done," and then they went and opened a coffee shop. I actually do know someone that did that. I have met someone that did that. Um, but if they choose it, it's different. If they're ending up as an administrative assistant because that's actually all they can find, and even to get that they had to lie so that they didn't look overqualified in the application, then that's not a good position to be in. Yeah. It was based. Okay, let's watch some more of this video. I'm gonna drink my tea while we watch this video. Okay. Hey, I can already see what the issue is here. Remember how I literally just said probably like half an hour ago now. For a lot of people, they actually choose to do their PhD unfunded because they can't get funding for it, and so they end up working a job alongside doing their PhD part time. I'm guessing that's what she's done. Except it sounds like she was working full time and also doing the PhD. It's not possible. You can't do it. You just can't do it. You can't do it. What do you mean unfunded PhD? I thought this was paid. No. In the UK, you can register to do a PhD in the same way that you can register to do any degree. Yeah, not all of them are paid. So you can end up doing a PhD. If there's no grant attached to it, then you can do a PhD that has no funding. So you do not get paid for it. You are paying them to do it. Which is not something that I would suggest in general. You should not doing a PhD. It is education, but it's also work, right? It's a kind of gray area, especially in the later years. In your final year of your PhD, I think by that point you have transitioned from the point of I am learning how to do the thing to I am now doing the thing largely independently. And when you are doing the thing largely independently, you should be getting paid for it. So I am a very big advocate of please do not do an unfunded PhD. It's it's a bad system. It's a bad system, and it's exclusionary to a lot of people who could go and do a PhD, but the system doesn't let them do it. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. And it sounds like she was also in COVID as well, which is extra rough. I can relate to that bit. I can relate to that bit. Yeah. Even the paid ones can be a net loss in funds. Yeah, I mean, I was paid less than minimum wage. The only way that I managed to top it up so that I could actually afford everything in the end was by doing extra teaching. But then I had periods of time where my health wasn't so great and I couldn't do the extra teaching. So then I would just have to eat the loss. And then there was also a period of time where I just didn't get paid at all for months on end. Which was not my university's fault. It was a separate thing. And then I got into loads of debt. And that's academia. Yippee! Yay! I have paid off my debt now, thankfully, because like I said, I do actually have a job. But yeah, that's a thing that can happen. Not great. Not great. I feel like this is saying I regret eating, and then the story is about trying to fit a full-size steak in all at once without chewing and running blindfolded onto a motorway. Not to say that raising awareness that PhD isn't a magical pill makes you successful later. Yeah, I have a feeling that it might be that. I don't want to cast judgment, but that beginning sentence is like there's a lot of reasons why this didn't work as expected, I think. So, yeah. Anyway, there is an advert playing now, apparently. So, if it's okay with you, you know what that means. It is time for Pikmin, so that I can go and fill up my water because I've been yapping a lot and I haven't been drinking any water. So I will see you in a few minutes. Yes, Pikmin time. Pikmin 4 and 5, Pikmin 6, Pikmin 7, Pikmin 18 million and 11, Pikmin 3 Deluxe and hey Pikmin, new centrifuge to put Pikmin in. Pikmin in your membrane, that's called Pikmin blot. Old Pikmin theorem that scientists forgot. New mechanics, quantum Pikmin. Pikmin test tube, Pikmin balloon mount, radio sonde, Pikmin electrons covalent bond, Pikmin AI published IEEE, slowed down Pikmin due to relativity. Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating all it touches. Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating everything it touches. Pikmin in your culture. Pikmin in your fucking culture. Pikmin 1 and 2 and Pikmin 3. Pikmin you play control for the Wii. Pikmin 4 and 5, Pikmin 6, Pikmin 7, Pikmin 18 million and 11, Pikmin 3 Deluxe and hey Pikmin, new centrifuge to put Pikmin in. Pikmin in your membrane, that's called Pikmin blot. Old Pikmin theorem that scientists forgot. New mechanics, quantum Pikmin. Pikmin test tube, Pikmin balloon mount, radio sonde, Pikmin electrons covalent bond, Pikmin AI published IEEE, slowed down Pikmin due to relativity. Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating all it touches. Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating everything it touches. Pikmin in your culture. Pikmin in your fucking culture. Pikmin 1 and 2 and Pikmin 3. Pikmin you play control for the Wii. Pikmin 4 and 5, Pikmin 6, Pikmin 7, Pikmin 18 million and 11, Pikmin 3 Deluxe and hey Pikmin, new centrifuge to put Pikmin in. Pikmin in your membrane, that's called Pikmin blot. Old Pikmin theorem that scientists forgot. New mechanics, quantum Pikmin. Pikmin test tube, Pikmin balloon mount, radio sonde, Pikmin electrons covalent bond, Pikmin AI published IEEE, slowed down Pikmin due to relativity. Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating all it touches. Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating everything it touches. Pikmin in your culture. Pikmin in your fucking culture. Pikmin 1 and 2 and Pikmin 3. Pikmin you play control for the Wii. Pikmin 4 and 5, Pikmin 6, Pikmin 7, Pikmin 18 million and 11, Pikmin 3 Deluxe and hey Pikmin, new centrifuge to put Pikmin in. Pikmin in your membrane, that's called Pikmin blot. Old Pikmin theorem that scientists forgot. New mechanics, quantum Pikmin. Pikmin test tube, Pikmin balloon mount, radio sonde. Hi. I hope you enjoyed the Pikmin. I'm still eating the gingerbread house that we made on stream in December. Is that bad? I've still got it and I'm still eating it. Because I think it's a waste to throw it away. Hi, Retty! Hi, hello, hello. Hi, Retty. How are you doing? Welcome in. And hi, Tayu. Hello, hello. How are you? I hope you're good. As long as it hasn't expired. I don't know if it has. I'm still eating it anyway. It's not moldy. At least I can't see any mold, so... Depends on how it was stored. It's been in the fridge. It's been in the fridge. It's probably fine. I haven't got sick from it, I think. Maybe. So it's probably fine. Anyway. I saw a question that popped up right as I was clicking off the thing. Oh yeah, do you mind me asking, does that include your undergrad debt as well? No. So the debt that I got into in my final year, so I had undergraduate student loans. Specifically, I had Plan 2, which for those of you in the UK, it's the plan that is currently in the news for being a complete scam. I have the worst one. I also had a postgraduate loan from when I did my masters. And I had for my PhD, I had to pay my tuition fees, and I had to pay a bunch of like participant costs, and I had to pay like life expenses and stuff. And I couldn't afford it, so I put it on a credit card, which was a terrible decision. Um, if you credit card, you should pay that off every month, and if you need to use it, only use it in worst case scenario, and make sure you pay it off as quickly as you can. But I did end up in some credit card debt. A certain amount of it, which that is the one that I've paid off, so that's good. Yeah, and I'm close to paying off my postgrad loan as well, because I was focusing my payments on that out of my salary, and a couple of extra ones as well. And now I am relatively close to paying that off, so that's exciting. Very good. First of VTuber on Caleb Hammer show. Who is that? I don't know who that is. Who? Whomst? Is that guy that like you? Wait, I think I might have watched a YouTube video about him. Is that the guy that brings people onto his podcast and then goes through their financial decisions and then yells at them? Oh, he yells at people. Okay, I assume so. Congratulations on reducing your debt. Thank you. I'm doing my best. I think I'm on plan 5 or 6. I'm not sure. Congrats to getting it closer to paying it off. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm on plan 2, which is like literally the worst one because it's the one with the highest interest rate. And I have accepted that I'm never gonna pay it off because it's like I've been like I've been making I was making some payments like out of my like teaching salary. Not salary, but you know, when I was doing 0 hours teaching work when I was a PhD student, I was paying some out of that. And then now I have an actual job. Obviously, I pay out of it every single month. An actual job. Now I have a full-time permanent job. I pay out of it every month. And yeah, I live in fear. Because in that time, despite making monthly payments, the numbers still go up. I think it's on like 70k or something now. I don't know. I stopped looking at it because it was making me sad. It might be 68. I don't know. It makes me sad when I open it, so I don't look at it anymore. I've just accepted that I'm just gonna have to wait until I turn like 60 or 70 or whatever it is, and then it will just disappear. And then I've just paid it as a tax my whole life. So yeah. As long as it goes towards the principal, it should go down. Yeah, but here's the problem with it. The interest rate is so high that the interest added on every month is more than my monthly payment. I'm talking in pound sterling, British pounds, as in the money. But yeah, it's like between 60 and 70,000 pound sterling. I don't know what that is in euro or freedom units off the top of my head. Let me have a look. Let's just assume it. I'm pretty sure I remember the number 68. So let's go with, you know what, for meme's sake, let's go with 67. GBP to euro. So in euro, that is 76,825 approximately. Quite a lot. And then USD, it's 91,389 approximately. So yeah, apparently I'm in 91,000 USD of student debt, which I will never pay off. Yeah. And the more money you earn, the higher the interest rate is. Exactly. I think my interest rate now is like, I want to say my interest rate is like 7.8% or something stupid. It's really, really high. There's no way I could ever pay it off. Is there no other loan that would be cheaper than that? Could you pay it off with a loan with better terms? No, because it's not like it is a loan, but it doesn't affect my credit history. Whereas like a real loan would affect my credit history, if that makes sense. So I'm better off just keeping it as a student loan and then just letting it come out of my, because it's going to the government. So it's, at the end of the day, it's more like a tax than anything else. But yeah, it's really high. It's ridiculous. Yeah. How did you pay more than me for undergrad? I did a 4-year degree, and then I also had the full like living costs loan as well. So I think it ended up being like I want to say, so the undergrad tuition fees were 9K. I think it was another 5K of living costs, and then I did 4 years. And then anything else that's missing from that is interest. Yeah. I wonder actually. Oh wait, let me do the maths real quick. This is the reality of student debt in the UK, by the way. So wait, so 9 plus, let's round it up to 6. Let's assume it's that. So 15 times 4. Yeah, so 60K was what it was originally, and now it's on more than, like, multiple thousand more than that. But no, wait, because I had a reduced tuition fee loan on the year that I. Okay, wait, no, hang on. I had so it would have been about 55K. Okay, so originally my actual loan value was £55,000. Now it is about £67,000. And that increase of 12,000 is entirely interest over the space of doing my PhD. Because apparently you have to start paying it off within a year, even if you don't have a job. And if you don't, then it keeps adding the interest. So yeah. 60,218 for me. High five. We're in this together. We're in the struggle together. What factors determine the interest rate you get on it? So I think it's the interest rate is based on, it's one of the economic measures. So I think it's either the consumer price index, like yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the consumer price index, or inflation, whichever is higher, not whichever is lower, whichever is higher, which is normally the consumer price index, plus 3%. So I think that over the last year, the UK's consumer price index was like 4% or something. So that means that they've added an extra 3 onto it, I assume. Yeah. Oh yeah, okay, RPI, so that's retail price index, right? Yeah. Okay, close enough. Close enough. But yeah, it's not fun. Anyway. I paid a loan payment yesterday and the interest is half the payment. Literally 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Yeah, it's the same for me. They don't even take, like, it's weird because they don't even take that much out of my payslip in the grand scheme of things. Like, I think they take maybe like £120 equivalent, roughly. Which, like, it's like not a very big slice of my payslip. Like, my other deductions are significantly more actually, but yeah, it's like entirely, like, almost entirely going to interest. So yeah. No idea. I don't know. You can do like voluntary payments on top of it as well, but like I said, I've just accepted I'm gonna have this student loan until it's written off. So yeah. Both RPI and CPI are measures of inflation from a cursory glance. Yes. I know it's some kind of measure of inflation that has an acronym like that. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you can pay more, but I don't want to. So I took like a strategic decision. So basically, my undergraduate loan and my postgraduate loan was another 10,000, by the way. I didn't mention that. So my postgraduate loan was for my master's. That was an additional 10,000. And that one, I kind of took like a logical approach of like 10,000 is significantly easier to pay off than 70,000. And on top of that, they're treated as 2 separate loans. So they both have separate deductions out of your payslip. So I was like, if I get rid of the postgrad one, then I will be able to just have deductions for my undergrad one. So that's why I've been like, I've been like funneling any of my extra payments over the last couple of years into my postgrad one. And they sent me an email the other day that was like, you're getting close to paying it off. So I guess I won't have it anymore within the next couple of months, which is quite exciting. Then I get like, I don't know, like 100 quid extra a month out in my salary. Yay! Which adds up because that means that I can buy wait, how much is a Greg's sausage roll now? Is it like £1.50 for a vegan sausage roll for a takeaway vegan sausage roll? And I think it's £1.80 if you sit in, if I remember correctly. So I can buy a number of sausage rolls with that extra 100 quid a month. That's exciting. Is your interest tax deductible? No. Nope. Yeah. Meanwhile, I've saved up enough on my Moneybox app that I can pay off a credit card in full just as the interest-free period ends. If you ever manage to do that, shut down the card, it improves your credit rating to no end to not have potential debt. It's interesting that you say that. My understanding, I am not a financial advisor. I will say this very quickly. I am not a financial advisor. Do not take what I am about to say as financial advice. Don't take what anyone says in chat as financial advice either. My understanding is that it is better for you to have credit cards with a high limit and use less than a third of it. Because if you shut down a credit card, then that lowers your credit limit, which then reduces your credit score. That's my understanding of how it works. But I might be wrong. Like I said, I'm not a financial advisor. So on that basis, I still have all of my credit cards, but I just don't use them for very much. Like I make a couple of purchases on them, but it's all like, you know, groceries and stuff. And then I just pay it off straight away at the end of the month. Yeah. I'm starting my crypto coin. VTuber to the moon. Invest all your money. Yeah, this is a crypto bro account now, everybody. I'm going to teach you how to invest in stocks. Invest in stocks. Please don't talk to a financial advisor. You'd have to pay £448.50 GBP per month to lower the principal. Probably. I don't really know how the whole interest versus principal works. I don't know if it like works the same way because it's not a traditional loan. It's like a government loan. Yeah. Finally, we're getting to the good stuff. Low credit utilization is one of the good measures. Is it? I see. I see. But also there's differences. I should also clarify there's differences between how credit score works in the UK and the US. So also bear that in mind. They're very different. Yeah. But yeah, I have my credit cards that I use to make regular everyday purchases that I know that I can cover the cost of, and then I cover the cost of it every single month. I also, the other thing that I do is like, you know, pay for travel and stuff on them because one of them is like a cashback card, which is very good. And then I get money off and then I can use it for things. And then I am happy. Now I have an extra €100 to go and spend on burritos. Anyway, is there a finance VTuber? I feel like there is a finance VTuber and I think I've seen her. I'm pretty sure there's a finance VTuber that I follow on Twitter. That would be a fun collab one day. Personal finance stream. Just like a massive letter across the top saying this is not financial advice. Anyway, yeah. ChatGPT says leave it open. I don't trust ChatGPT. Next tags in STEM is you get her to fix your credit. My credit is okay, thank you very much. I'll have you know, like ever since I paid off my my credit card debt from my PhD, now it's actually decent. I've got a pretty good score, but it has taken a hit in the last few months because for obvious reasons, I've been having to swap credit accounts from one person's name into mine or close down joint accounts which are no longer needed. So that's been negatively impacting my credit score. But I'm still good apparently. I'm still good. So yeah. Seems like if you pay 7k, you might pay it back in 18 years. That implies that I have a spare 7k lying around though. Like 7K a year, that's like, that's a disturbing amount of my paycheck. Like that's a lot of money. That's like a lot of money. uh, Mr. Unaware, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. Welcome, welcome. I didn't say it was looking good. The one finance VTuber I follow that isn't a finance VTuber but made a lot of people made a lot of people money is Grimmy. She actually made quite a bit of money herself. She did tarot readings, and on average, her readings resulted in a 30% increase in over 2 weeks, which is wild. That's kind of wild. I feel like tarot cards are really fun, but like as a psychologist, for me, like I don't believe in the spiritual side of tarot. But the thing that I find really interesting is the way that people react to tarot cards. Because I think that like it gives people a way to start talking about deep or complex topics or emotion laden topics that they don't normally know how to start a conversation about. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's very cool. Normalize having your bros around for a tarot reading session so that you finally start opening up to each other about how you're feeling. That's what I say. Yeah. Here, the only things that matter for creditworthiness are enforcement record, income, and disposable income. Ah, that's smart. That's smart. I look at tarot as a kind of guided reflection tool. Yeah, I think that's what they're good for. That's what they're good for. Yeah. Having a credit card doesn't affect your credit rating. That's how it should be. That's how it should be, to be honest. Yeah. So, oh, she's pretty autistic herself and studies a lot of stuff and is very smart. Tarot cards were just a reason to tap into her knowledge about stuff, the market, etc. Combined with the stuff people were saying about the companies that she came up with and some pretty good generic guesses. Besides, it was time when the market was just generally trending up. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah. The only financial advice that I would be comfortable saying is even then, I'm not a financial advisor, but the rules that I personally have used in my personal finance, which I think is, I have ended up from being like a grad student in a lot of debt to, being pretty good. I mean, I'm in an okay position now. And I'm in a pretty good position. I shouldn't downplay it. I'm fine. I'm completely fine. But I think the things that like the general principles that I've used are like pay off debt that affects your credit rating quickly. That's why I'm like not bothered about the student finance. And then spend less than you have coming in, and make sure that you have multiple months worth of safety net, because I had to use mine last year and it was good that I had it. Yeah. Yeah. And then if you're doing investments, index funds are generally smart. There you go. that's what I do, is that I use index funds. But I also have an amount available in a high yield savings account, which is easily accessible. I also have some available in like a lower yield savings account with less access requirements. These are what I do. Not financial advice, but that's worked decently for me, So, yeah. So what's the plan? Just let your wages get garnished forever for the student loan, I guess. I don't know how the UK system works. You said it didn't count towards credit. Yeah, basically that's the plan. I'm just treating the undergrad student loan as like a tax. Like it's just a like £100 tax that's going to be on my salary for the rest of my life. If I ever earn less than 21,000 or something, or maybe it's 24,000 now, then I don't have to pay it, but my interest will keep going up. Which is why I have accepted that if I ever have a period, like basically my thinking is that like if I have a period of unemployment for whatever reason, it basically means I'm not paying it back. So yeah. Yeah. Put into retirement. Yes, that's the other thing. Have a pension. Dear God, I am so tired of I'm so tired of so many people that are like my age or younger, sometimes even older, that don't have a pension. Have a pension, okay? Have a pension. If you're in Europe, you like the way that Europe is changing, you don't know for certain that there will still be a state supplied pension. There probably will be if you're in certain countries, but for the rest of us, we just don't know, okay? So like be smart, have a private pension too. That's what I've done. Girl, they don't have money, what pension? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You do need money first. That would generally help. Yeah. Pending pension, mentioning pension has made me so angry with how the pension system works here. Yeah, it's all very complicated and messy depending on where you are. Yeah. Don't think I have any kind of pension. Well, then this is your motivation to go and work out how to have one. Yes. You should, by the age of 30, apparently, you should have the equivalent of your annual salary in your pension. That's the yardstick measure that I've been told. So yeah. BRB taking out loans to put into retirement account as per site. I'm sorry, no, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. No, 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 no. Gonna be unemployed at age 30 to help with that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The economy's so rough at the minute, isn't it? There's so many people that are really struggling to find a job, and it makes me angry. It makes me angry. That it was 15 years ago for me. Well, then I hope that you had an annual salary saved up 15 years ago, and if not, you should go back in time. What do you mean that you didn't buy a property when you were 7 years old? Oh dear. Government always has some kind of tax reduction scheme for special types of accounts. Yeah, they often do. They often do. Yes, economy bottom tax, exactly. I'm in so much trouble. I've got about 18 months of pension saved up in total. That's better than most people still. That's still better than most people. Okay? That's like pretty good. That's pretty good. Most people don't have a pension, or they have like next to nothing in their pension. Here, about a fifth of the money that you make goes to the government pension fund, and I doubt I'll get anything from it when I retire, which is when I'm in my 70s. Yeah, that's the approach that I'm taking too. Like Ireland and the UK are both the same. I think the pension age in the UK is like going to be like 70 something when I retire. So yeah, I'm just not getting it. And then Ireland, I think, is probably going to be the same. So that's why I do actually have a private pension, is because I'm scared that I won't be able to retire after working. Like, let alone the fact that I started my career 10 years later than some of my friends. Yeah. I cry. I cry. Sips his microwave tea while retired. I know you are! I know you are! I'm so jealous. I feel like I need to retire already. Oh, is it too late for me to retire and just do VTuber all the time? Can I do that? I don't want to do that. That'd be too much taxes. I don't want to do that. I'd have to get like an accountant, and I can't be bothered. Okay. Anyway, should we watch the video? Should we watch the video? Videos on your stream? I know. I know. How far are we in? I've been gone an hour. 37 seconds. How do we get onto this topic? Because she said that she was working full time and doing an unfunded PhD, and then I was like, "That's a terrible decision." And then we all started talking about finance. Okay, like there's a relevant and acceptable thread that explains this tangent. Okay, this is not weird. We've done 29 seconds in an hour. Yes, don't tell Astral, because then that will go in the spreadsheet. Okay. It's a clear tangent path, exactly. I give the best financial advice. No, I don't, because I'm not a financial advisor. I'm very, very lucky because I have a close relative who is a qualified and regulated financial advisor. So if I ever have questions, I just go and ask them, and I'm like, should I do this or should I do this? And they're like, you are not my client. This is not financial advice. However, you should definitely do this, I reckon. And I'm like, okay, okay, okay. I'm glad that what you're saying matches with what I thought. Okay, good. Okay, let's watch the stream. Okay. The stream. Watch the video. You know what I mean. Okay. Okay. Relatable. I had that too. I had that too. In fact, I was doing that entire thought process the entire time that I was doing my PhD, actually. Um, however, um, I do think that if you are working a full-time job, it's incredibly hard to plan your time appropriately, right? It's incredibly hard. So I can understand how she ended up in this situation, but also I feel like the anxiety spiraling is just kind of like a blanket grad school experience. Like I too spoke to my supervisor multiple times about like maybe I should just quit. Maybe I should just quit. And my supervisor was always like, you know, very very nice and was like, please don't. You're doing all right. And I was like, okay, thank you. Um and then I kept going. But, you know, if you don't have that support, I think something that she said there that's really interesting is that like if you have a tendency to just do everything yourself and not ask for help, that is definitely like um yeah, that's definitely something that's going to get you problems. Because, like, at the end of the day, the whole point of your supervisor is to help you. Like, they're there to supervise your project. That's the whole point of them. So if you're not telling them that you need help, like, as soon as you need the help, then you're going to run into issues. Yeah. Uh, supervisor has probably heard variants of it 100 times. Yeah, probably 100 times were just from the previous student. Yeah. There's a stage in the PhD where I had to listen to the student say, I'm going to walk into the woods and forget society. I've been there too. There was unironically a period of about, I want to say about 4 months, where every single day, like in the evening, over dinner, I would just like be eating and then I would just like look up at Hosmod and I would be like, can we just like move to a cottage in the middle of nowhere? Can we just move to like a I don't know, like the Aran Isles or something? Like, can we just leave? And he would be like, "No, you're finishing." So yes, I common experience, I believe actually. But I can see that she might have genuinely had some problems planning her time, given that she was working full time. Like working full time is hard enough as it is. Trying to work full time and then also do a PhD on the side is kind of wacky. I think. Like I think that's a recipe for disaster for the overwhelming majority of people. The only way that that could work for anybody is if they have someone doing everything at home. Like the only time that I have ever heard of it working for someone was when they had it was a guy who had a wife who was at home doing all of the chores and cooking and everything. So yeah, nothing makes you want to homestead more than a random PhD program. Why did I random more than a PhD program? Yes, I agree. Oh, I said random because it's in your name. Why did I insert that word there? There you go. There's a bit of random logic happening, I guess. Um, I'm tired. Both you and the angry little Korean woman have had these conversations with me. That's so funny. The universal experience. What homesteading? You will die if a cow looks at you wrong. I'll have you know, I get on with cows very well, actually. I get on with cows very well. I recommend the Bieszczady Mountains in Poland. It's a common choice of escape. I see. What is that? Jedi Cyberpunk. Thank you, Jedi Cyberpunk, for giving me a means of escape. Thank you for providing me a means of escape. I can now float off to the Aran Isles and never be heard of again. Thank you so much. I need you to know that I'm gonna like blow it up and just sit in it in the middle of my bedroom. We're escaping to the Isle of Man! Yeah! Away from the man! Let's go! And then we will pay 20% tax rate. Hell yeah. All part of the loan repayment plan. Yeah, the plan is that I'm going to move to the Isle of Man. I'll pay a 20% tax rate on my income. And then with the extra money, I will then be able to afford to pay off my student loan. I will be the lone woman on the Isle of Man. I'm going to turn it into the Isle of Woman. You don't know what you're setting yourself up for. I'm ready to take the island. You need to commission a VTuber background that's you in the boat. Don't give Mylin ideas. They just draw stuff sometimes when you say that. I could commission that. I could find someone to commission that from. That'd be very funny. You can now fake your death in a desperate attempt at trying to cross the channel with an inflatable boat and a PhD. Yeah, I'm gonna try and sail across the Isle of Man. That's the plan. I thought the boat and the gas mask were part of a heist. No. No. The boat is to get me to the Isle of Man, and the gas mask was because of the chlorine gas incident. But now I can create a chlorine gas incident on the Isle of Man. Not that I would ever do that. And the first one was an accident. Yes. Use the boat to tow the Isle of Man into the Mediterranean. It took the multiple Muppets to take the Isle of Manhattan. Do you think that you can take the Isle of Man by yourself? Yes. I mean, the population's very small, right? It's really small. It's like 40,000 people or something. Surely. I can do it, I reckon. I reckon I can do it. Okay. Yes, you need to ask your supervisor for help, ma'am. Like, sorry, I'm assuming that she's a lady. No, she's called Lady. Okay, she's called Lady of the Library. Okay, good. You need to make sure that you ask your supervisor for help because that's literally what their role is on the project. And that's probably a hard lesson to be hearing. I assume literally like years after you've left. Yeah, like 2 years after you've left. I'm assuming now she's a YouTuber, which is pretty fun. Yeah. Yeah. I did get you the ramen and the bear kit knit too. Wait, that's so cute. Thank you. Thank you. I think it's fair to assume she presents like her pronouns are Your Majesty. I can't get over how cool her accent is. Like it is very, very posh. Also, can we just acknowledge how many books she has? That's a lot of books. I wonder how many of them she's read. How do you read that many books? I think I read like 3 books in a year. The pronoun is one, yeah. One does assume. 40,000 people versus one anime magical girl psychologist. Exactly. And I think I will win. Could be a family bookshelf, maybe. But she said that she was living alone. So I think it's her flat. Or like her house. Yeah. Anyway, let's find out more about her story. Sorry, I'm yapping still loads again. I apologize profusely. Let's listen. Two years in? I've got to say, like, finding relevant secondary research papers was never my problem. I had the opposite problem. My problem was, like, I found too many. That was always my issue. I found too many and I couldn't get through all of them. 3 seconds. Okay, sorry. 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 This is the exact accent on a person that if I heard it in real life, I would just turn around and walk away. Am I shallow? Yes. Am I going to turn around and walk away? Yes. I think it's incredible. Imagine her doing like audiobooks. She could, if she narrated audiobooks, it would be really good for her brand. It matches her brand. And also it would be nice to listen to, I think. But it's like, it is a bit like, wow, you're a real person? Question mark kind of accent, isn't it? Yeah. I'm so confused. Did they not have a research methods class in year 2 that got you going on your lit review? I don't know. I mean, I had one in year 1. I had research methods classes in my first year. Like, I had finished the first iteration of my literature review by the end of my first year. It was a requirement of my program. So it was like not a very good one. It missed a lot of things and it was not long enough, but it was there and it gave me something to work with for the final one, which was a lot better. So yeah. Yeah. Assuming that your island taking prowess is equivalent to a Muppets, it would take roughly 91 Psyderes to take over the Isle of Man. Note that this is based on the current population, not the population when the Muppets Take Manhattan came out. There might be some inaccuracies. Thank you for doing the maths factions, Incarnate. I appreciate that. Your working class is showing. Stop fawning over the rich. I don't fawn over the rich. I eat them. Nom nom nom. I bite them. uh. That was a joke for clarification. I had 2, a basic methods class and then an advanced methods class. I had advanced method classes through my masters. And then when I did my PhD, I did like refresher ones, but I also did advanced qualitative methods classes as well. So yeah, for legal reasons. Yeah, exactly. Assigned vegetarian until the revolution. Size too polite to eat the rich. Nibble the rich is probably more accurate. Nom nom. This lady is probably not rich given the fact that she did a PhD. Yeah, so that's the thing, right? She was working full time whilst she was doing her PhD. If she was rich, she wouldn't need to do that. So I think that she isn't rich. I think she just has an interesting accent. I have a feeling that, so my guess, knowing nothing about this woman, but based on her accent, my guess is that she either went to like a grammar school and then followed up by a fancy university, and that shaped her accent very heavily. Or possibly, this is speculation, personal opinion, not a diagnosis, just my personal thoughts. British autistic people often sometimes sound kind of posh, but there is such thing as an autism accent. And it is a bit different from the standard regional accents, and it develops in a different way. So there's also a potential that she might be neurodivergent. But again, I don't know. Again, not a diagnosis, just a thing that is found in the literature, which is why people always say that I don't sound like I am from the place I am from. Yeah, it's because I have an autism accent. I have an autism accent, and I also moved around a bit when I was growing up, and that's why I sound like this. Which is why sometimes we come onto stream and I sound posh, and other times we come onto stream and I've got a bit of a Londoner twang to my voice, and other times we come onto stream and today I'm northern for no explanation. And other times I say things in a way that are distinct to the area where I live. As in sometimes I say things. Sometimes I say or instead of are, because that's just how people say it, okay? Like that's what people say here, and then I also do it. So okay. So that's and my accent also changes depending on where I am. So like there's some parts of like the UK and Ireland where if I go there, my accent starts shifting towards what they speak like. So every time that I go to like northwestern England, I spent a lot of time around there and I've got family there. So every time I go to northwest England, I end up sounding a lot more northern than I actually am in practice. And then I go home and then it fades away over the next couple of days. So yeah, yeah. Covering up my past as an MI6 agent, clearly. I went to uni in Birmingham and I went a bit brummy over that time. That makes sense. That makes sense. Me too. People often note that my accent is not from where I'm from. I tell them I took my accent from mom. I see. But then my siblings don't have the accent, so I think I too have an autism accent. High five! High five for the autism accent. Scouse would be a sight to behold. I can't do Scouse. Can't do Scouse. Not very well. I attempt, but I feel like I insult everybody every time I do it, so I try not to. I've gotten a slightly Eastern Finnish accent in some words. Not that you'd know what that means. Interesting. Very interesting. I've always wondered, where do people think I'm from? Like, I always feel, when I listen to myself back, I feel like my accent is very obviously England, mostly, but with little bits of things that suggest otherwise. England, okay, okay, okay. Could be posh Welsh. Oh, interesting. Interesting take. I'm very ignorant of accents, so I thought London. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. London has a lot of accents though, to be fair. Like there's a kind of there's a kind of there's like a general London accent, but then there's also like a posh London accent, which is very different, which is closer to like received pronunciation. C-Dog kind of sounds similar to you and he's from Wales. That okay, interesting. Interesting. So he used to sound a lot more Welsh. If you go back and watch his old videos, he used to have a lot more of a Welsh accent. But he's like I think he's done that the same thing where he's like around a lot of English people, so he's picked up their accent. People tell me, so the people that I know in real life, they tell me that like my accent is like still a solid 70%. Not even that. Like yeah, maybe like 70% like my home accent, but it's like a posher version of it. But then on top of that, there's also like a bit of northern and a bit of Irish lurking in there. Yeah. Yeah. Hanekyo's accent is interesting to me as it sounds like New Orleans or New York. That is interesting. That is interesting. Somewhere between London and Bristol, but closer to the latter is my guess. That's so funny. Do you know how many people always tell me that I sound like I'm from Bristol? Like, that's one of the main things that I get in real life. I'm not. I'm not. But like I even when I go to Bristol for work, like I've been to Bristol for work quite a few times, and everyone's always like assuming that I'm a local, and I'm like, huh? Yeah. Probably more media with English accents than Welsh. Yeah, probably. I mean, a lot of the there's like local news and stuff, obviously. I wonder how much code switching you do versus being online. Yeah, I think that's the thing. I feel like I've developed a kind of streaming accent, for lack of a better word. Like I do think that I sound a bit different when I'm just talking to people. Like my true accents come out a little bit more, I think. But yeah. You definitely wouldn't say top of the morning to you, but you also wouldn't say hello, governor. Hello, governor. Are you secretly from the West Country? No. I think it would be obvious if I was from the West Country. Like, those are pretty strong accents. I don't know. I mean, I've said before, I grew up vaguely within a relatively accessible distance of London. So like that puts me somewhere in probably vaguely the southeast of England, right? So I mean, that tells you a bit, but that's not where I like that's not where like depending on how you define from, it's where I grew up. But I wasn't born there. And my family are kind of from different places. And obviously now I live not there. And I have also yeah, like I had a lot of interactions with a lot of different accents growing up, basically. Yeah. Midland. Bombing distance or driving distance. That's such a weird distinction. Um, there is a train that goes to London from where I grew up, which doesn't help. That's most of the country. Being British is part of Connor's brand, so it makes sense that he would also naturally lean into it more as his YouTube career took off. Flat buckler and all. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I moved from North Wales with friends, with parents from Cheshire and the Potteries to Lancashire town in a Liverpool postcode when I was a teen. Some kids there thought I was Cockney because I wasn't post Scouse. That's so funny. So funny. When I lived in the place where my family live in the northwest of England, they would just call me like Southern. Like that would be the name that they would use. Like my friends would use to summon me. They'd be like, "Oi, Southern." I'd be like, "Excuse me." That's rude. It's true, but you don't have to say it. I know. I'm aware. Of course, she brings up trains. I can't help it. I love trains. I've been online all my life. My accent's a mess. It might also be a bit of that too, to be honest. Although I do overwhelmingly watch like British and Irish content. Like I don't watch loads of American creators, to be honest, because I really like some American accents and I really don't like others. Like when I mean this in a loving way, okay, but like when someone's from California, it's like Marmite. So like Lancurry has a nice accent. Other people I've met who are from California, yikes. Yikes. I can't do it. I can't listen to that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There's just something about it that like really upsets me. So, yeah. Um, yeah. Sad Psydere is calling me out here. I don't know your accent. It might be a nice California accent or it might be a bad California accent. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it's very location dependent. Yeah. I dated a girl from Manchester for like 3 years, so I'm basically immune to accents at this point. To be honest, I like okay. I this might sound weird. I've always felt sad that I have a heavily southern leaning English accent because I love northern accents. Like everything like kind of like Sheffield and above. I love them. They're so good. They're so good. Doesn't matter what side. I just like all of them. I think it's a very good accent. Um, and I think that's partially because, I've got like I said, I've got family. And I've always enjoyed going to see them. And like I really like all of the Northern English cities. Like I haven't, apart from Middlesbrough, but all of the others, I like them. Like I've liked all of the rest of them. And I can't say that for London. I don't like London that much. Well, it depends on where you are in London, but London as a whole is very stressful, I think. Whereas like people in northern cities, there is like even big ones like Manchester, like it's still people are still nice, which I think is quite rare. Um, so yeah, I like the north. There's a lot of different Manc accents. There are indeed, yeah. Stockport is very different from Oldham, which is different from Salford, which is different from whatever on earth the Gallagher brothers have. Yeah. Poor Middlesbrough, what did it ever do? They did lots of things. First of all, they were one of my backup choices for uni and they rejected me. So first of all, there's that, like T-side rejected me. So that's what they did. But also when I have been there, it's always just like weird. Like, I don't know, it's just, people are just like interact with me strange every time I go there. And I don't know why. Yeah. Doesn't happen in nearby places. Newcastle, completely fine. Even like the kind of like cities and towns surrounding Middlesbrough, relatively fine. Middlesbrough itself, every time I've been there, I've had some kind of weird interaction. Yeah. Has any of this video been played? I was gone for like an hour. I'll have you know that we are 1 minute 44 in. No one can say that this is not transformative content. This is transformative. Oh dear. Every time I hear a Welsh accent from software games, it comes up with the coolest sounding people. So I guess Welsh accent is cool. Welsh accent's really nice. I love Welsh accents. They're a bit different though. Again, they're a bit different depending on where you're in Wales. Like South Wales and North Wales are very, very different. And then they're also kind of different from as you move across to like, you know, towards Wrexham, where it's like on the border. They're also very different. So yeah. Like people that are from like Wrexham and surrounding areas, I normally can't clock that they're Welsh at first. I think that they're Northern English until they suddenly say one thing. And then I'm like, oh, that's got a Welsh twang to it, and then I clock onto it. Yeah. At what point does it go from transformative to tangential content? I think we're well past that point. Hi, I'm Amashaku. Hi, hello. Thank you for your partner push. I believe in you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I hope you're good. I hope you're doing good. And Jeremas, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. Welcome. Infinite money glitch right here. You've made React content last 1,000 times longer. I'm impressed. What can I say? What can I say? I am too powerful. At this rate, this playlist is going to last us the whole year because I am planning. Basically, my plan is to like do once a month React stream. But you know, it seems like we're having fun, but let's be honest, this is just yapping with structure. This is just yapping with structure. Let's be so real. Oh dear. I'm well. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. I'm okay, thank you. I'm okay. I'm very tired today. I had a massage earlier, and then I got home, and then I fell asleep afterwards, and then I woke up, and then I fell asleep again, and then I woke up, and now I'll probably fall asleep again. They fixed my sinusitis, which was incredible. I've not had it's gone away now. My nose is blocked up again. But like she like massaged my face and it meant that I could breathe out of my nose for the first time in like 4 years, which was a bit wacky. That was very exciting. Yeah, yapping with prompts, exactly. Okay, I'm sorry. There's gonna be an ad. I can't believe that. How many ad breaks have we had? We've had like 3 ad breaks, and we're 1 minute and 44 into this video. Why? Why am I like this? Yapping with structure should be the starting point for a convention panel. It would be going for the entire weekend of a con. I can't be stopped. I honestly think that I could probably do a 12-hour stream, like a 12-hour marathon stream, just of React content. And we would actually probably finish 3 videos. Like, wow. Why am I like this? But yes, I am going to let you listen to the Pikmin now because there's going to be an ad. And then we will actually watch the video finally, maybe. Perhaps there's been more ad time than video watched. I don't need to be called out like this. I don't need this negativity in my life. Just think it's not ad time, it's Pikmin time. Think of it about Pikmin time. Yeah. Anyway, I'll let you enjoy Pikmin so that I can go and fill up my water because I've been yapping so much my water's run out. So, I will see you in a few minutes. See you in a few minutes. Pikmin 4 and 5, Pikmin 6, Pikmin 7, Pikmin 18 million and 11, Pikmin 3 Deluxe and Hey Pikmin, new centrifuge to put Pikmin in. Pikmin in your membrane, that's called Pikmin blot. Old Pikmin theorem that scientists forgot. New mechanics, quantum Pikmin. Pikmin chest tube, Pikmin balloon mount, radio sound, Pikmin electrons covalent bond, Pikmin AI published IEEE, slowed down Pikmin due to relativity. Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating all it touches. Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating everything it touches. Pikmin in your culture. Pikmin in your fucking culture. Pikmin 1 and 2 and Pikmin 3. Pikmin you play control for the Wii. Pikmin 4 and 5, Pikmin 6, Pikmin 7, Pikmin 18 million and 11, Pikmin 3 Deluxe and Hey Pikmin, new centrifuge to put Pikmin in. Pikmin in your membrane, that's called Pikmin blot. Old Pikmin theorem that scientists forgot. New mechanics, quantum Pikmin. Pikmin chest tube, Pikmin balloon mount, radio sound, Pikmin electrons covalent bond, Pikmin AI published IEEE, slowed down Pikmin due to relativity. Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating all it touches. Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating everything it touches. Pikmin in your fucking culture. Pikmin 1 and 2 and Pikmin 3. Pikmin you play control for the Wii. Pikmin 4 and 5, Pikmin 6, Pikmin 7, Pikmin 18 million and 11, Pikmin 3 Deluxe and Hey Pikmin, new centrifuge to put Pikmin in. Pikmin in your membrane, that's called Pikmin blot. Old Pikmin theorem that scientists forgot. New mechanics, quantum Pikmin. Pikmin chest tube, Pikmin balloon mount, radio sound, Pikmin electrons covalent bond, Pikmin AI published IEEE, slowed down Pikmin due to relativity. Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating all it touches. Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating everything it touches. Pikmin in your fucking culture. Pikmin 1 and 2 and Pikmin 3. Pikmin you play control for the Wii. Pikmin 4 and 5, Pikmin 6, Pikmin 7, Pikmin 18 million and 11, Pikmin 3 Deluxe and Hey Pikmin, new centrifuge to put Pikmin in. Pikmin in your membrane, that's called Pikmin blot. Old Pikmin theorem that scientists forgot. New mechanics, quantum Pikmin. Pikmin chest tube, Pikmin balloon mount, radio sound, Pikmin electrons covalent bond, Pikmin AI published IEEE, slowed down Pikmin due to relativity. Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating all it... I'm sorry, I meant to let the song finish. I'm sorry. I meant to let the song finish. I'm sorry. Okay. Anyway. Okay. So. Right. Oh, thank you for joining us, Cleeper. Thank you. I hope you, I assume sleep good? Thank you. Okay. Speaking of English accents, I sent you a DM. Okay, noted. Thank you, Raxing. Okay. Right. So now we watch the video, actually. But yes, asking for help finding secondary literature 2 years into your PhD is far too late. That's far too late. Please ask as soon as you realize you might need it. No, you are a student. You're a student. You're there to learn. Your supervisor is there to ask them questions. You also should have access to a good number of training materials through your graduate school or through your library. Check and see what your university offers as training. A lot of universities have a really good offering of even specifically training on how to do a literature review. Yeah, this is not good. This is not good. Not a good way to approach a PhD. Always ask for help. Look at all of the training that you think that you can possibly find and do. Do it. Learn how to do things. Why didn't her PI grab her before this though? This is the question that I have. She's kind of giving me the vibe of someone who might have been kind of like, yeah, actually everything is fine. But it does suggest that the PI wasn't paying very good attention. So, yeah. Yeah. University librarians are the kindest, most helpful people on the planet, and they have the patience of saints. Exactly. And they are always happy to help. That's their job. They're there to help you work out how to do a literature search. That is their job. Like a lot of universities will even have named subject librarians. So they'll have like a psychology librarian. They'll have like I don't know what she did. English literature, she said about doing the Ovid. So I assume some kind of literature degree. So, there will be a literature librarian that you can go and ask for help, literally specifically searching for literature related things. Like, please go and use your resources at the university. You are paying your tuition fee for these resources. Like, if you are not accessing these resources, you are wasting your tuition fees. Yeah. And everything will be fine. Everything is fine. Gets me to laugh darkly and say, that's silly. What is on fire at the minute? Exactly. Nothing is ever fine in a PhD. Everything is always on fire. Yeah. The librarian who came to my class to talk about searching, she was not as a tarot enjoyer. Shaking my head. People have different tools that they prefer, and that's okay. But I just need everybody to know that if your preference is not Zotero, then I think you're wrong. Yeah. There's extra fees? I just had my tuition fees and all of the library and everything was all covered in it. Interesting cultural difference there, potentially. Huh. Research is the process of failing forward. Exactly. Yeah. If you don't know how to do something, that's okay. Also, like, the best way to think of a PhD, I think, is like an apprenticeship. Like, you're basically doing an apprenticeship, but in research. So the first year, you're going to spend feeling overwhelmed and like you don't know what you're doing. And that's okay. That's because you don't know what you're doing. That's fine. Like, that's the whole point of the first year of the PhD, is just to find your ground. But then you build up your skills over the course of that first year and then the next year and the next year, so that by the end of it, you have all of the skills that you need in order to produce the final outputs that you need. Zotero and Obsidian is the only way to go. Everyone else is wrong. I agree. What's the dropout rate for PhDs when the research projects aren't going well? I don't know. My understanding is that it varies a lot by subject. So yeah, it depends on the field that you're in. And also, obviously, it depends on circumstances. In my cohort, I think there was 12 people, and I want to say 3 of them dropped out. But that was a very high rate because we were a COVID cohort. So some people got a bit into it and then were basically like, this isn't what I thought it would be, and then left, which is fair enough. I didn't know what I was doing in software until 6 years into my career. Yeah, it's like a really normal experience. I can 100% imagine the exchange being like, hey, do you need any help? No, I'm good. Thanks for asking. You're stress molting. Are you sure you don't need any help? Haha, no, I'm just shedding my winter coat. I'm fine. Thank you. Yeah. Like, I don't understand why you wouldn't make the most of the resources, including your supervisor, including the library, including any training you can do, when you're paying the tuition fee for exactly that reason, and like trying to dodge it because like, oh yeah, I do things by myself. I'm an independent person. Like, no. Everybody needs help. I'm sorry to break this to you all. If you think that you are a strong independent person, you may well be, but even strong independent people need help. Like, I am largely a pretty independent person and I am not very functional at the minute, and so I am asking my friends for help. They are helping me and I appreciate it. You know? We all need help occasionally. And especially if you're new to something and you're learning how to do it, there is no shame in asking for that help. That's literally what you're meant to do. So yeah, I don't know if it's like a pride thing for some people. Like, I think some people have a sense of pride of like, oh yeah, I can do this by myself. I want to do this by myself, and then it's like beyond them, or like it's a circumstance that they can't navigate themselves because they just don't have the skills for it or the knowledge. Ask for help. Just get the help. Also, I forgot to say, sorry, Vex, I did hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. I did hydrate. Yeah. Not being asked for help. Being able to ask for help is a point of strength. Exactly. Exactly. Realistically, who is fully functional most of the time nowadays? Exactly. None of us are functional. None of us are functional. There's like varying degrees. People are good at different things. Like, I am pretty good at like, you know, I'm good at keeping on top of stuff in my job relatively. Like normally there is, you know, I've been really busy with my work recently, but I've got maybe like a week delay on things that need to be done. Maybe like a week and a half, which isn't the end of the world, you know. It's manageable and I know what I need to do and I'll get to it. But and I'm also like okay-ish at being on top of VTubing stuff, I think. And I think I'm also okay-ish at keeping on top of like long-term life things, like for example, my finances. But I'm really bad at keeping on top of my social life, and I'm really bad at keeping on top of like practical things that I need to do. For example, my broken fan that I need to return to Noctua and get a replacement. Which I have. There are things that I need to do that, and I haven't done them yet. Amongst other things, I have a big old list of things that I need to do. Um, yeah, but that's okay because my friends are like come into voice chat and we will co-work, you know. So and then I get social and things done, so that's good. We are your social life now, exactly. Exactly. Unironically, like I was talking to my therapist about this and I was like, does my streaming count as a social life? And they were like, do you feel like it feels do you feel like it feels like it's filling your social needs? And I was like, yes. And they were like, then yes. Yeah. Parasocial life, exactly. You broke a fan? Yeah, one of the fans in my PC, one of like the exhaust fan, apparently it was turned the wrong way round. It was blowing the wrong way, whoopsie daisy. But yeah, like the bearing on it is worn out, I think, because it went and then it went and then it stopped spinning. So and now it doesn't spin anymore and it just makes the weird noise. So it doesn't work. But they said I have to like attach it to one of my other fan headers and then show a video of it making the noise to prove that it's broken. So I guess I have to do that. Annoying that I have to do it, but you know, yeah. I think you're doing great at VTubing. I don't know about the other stuff, not my department. Thank you. I appreciate that. Because even with VTubing, sometimes I feel like, am I dropping the ball on many things? I know I'm dropping the ball on some things. There's things that I know that people are waiting on me for, and I feel bad about it. But yeah, I'll get there eventually. Yeah. Also, night night Tayu, thank you for joining us. Thank you. Your fans and your PC. Which ones of us? Which ones of us are you keeping locked up in the spinning? Yes. How are the clips going? What clips? What clips? Said you were pretty good at clips. What clips? What clips are you referring to? We're waiting for you to press play. I'm sorry. Hello. Is that a? I have so many questions. It's a series of numbers. Hello. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. Welcome in. I'm just gonna call you 07. Welcome in. Welcome in. The yapping is more enjoyable than the video. It's prompting me to be angry. So that's providing entertainment. Not angry, that's the wrong phrasing, but you know, it's prompting me to have emotions that I am responding with. Making clips. I'm not doing that anymore. I've outsourced it because I enjoy doing it, but it's very, very time consuming. So now I have an editor who has been making all of my shorts recently and also my last long form video, which I really, really appreciate. So thank you, Idle Bandit, for being my editor. I appreciate it. Thank you. I have vague memories of friends back in high school being incredibly harsh on themselves for not having the foresight or otherwise not being smart enough. And this included me. At some point, I realized it's okay to be a failure and just do things. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with failing. Like, you learn stuff that way. And like, I think it's fun, you know? Like, I can look back at things that I've done. Like, for example, the Pikmin song, okay? It's a good example. I'm gonna use it. I look back at the Pikmin song and I'm like, there's things about this that I want to change. I'm not super happy with it. But that doesn't mean that I'm a failure. It just means that I have improved in skill and can, because when I made it, I was like, great, perfect. That's it. Let's do it. Now I look back at it and I'm like, I want to improve on this because my singing isn't great. There's a weird pitch shift in the middle that bothers me every time I hear it. I think that the formatting on it isn't perfect. And I think I could get a bit more art maybe from, maybe more of you would be able to submit art if I made a remastered version. So and you know, I'd like to expand the lyrics because it's funny and it's longer that way. And then it maybe would cover the entire ad break as well, like with just one loop. So that would be good. Or maybe two loops. But yeah, like that kind of, yeah, exactly. Iterative improvement, exactly. I think it's because most adults are kept thinking in binaries rather than a sliding scale. Maybe. But yeah, like the iterative improvement, like I want to improve things. Like I want to get better at doing things. And every time that I look back at something and my gut instinct is like, oh, I failed, I try and think to myself like, no, this is a learning opportunity and or it is reflecting an improvement in skill, which is not a bad thing. Yeah. Hi, Baron Gummy. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. Okay. Don't know if you should make it better as you might lose all of your fans because we will transcend our corporal forms and achieve nirvana. What if I told you that I have more scientific parodies of songs lined up? It won't just be the Pikmin song. There will be more. What if I told you that? What if I told you I've got the art and the lyrics for the next one, and I just need to actually record it? That's the thing that I need to do. What if I told you that? Excitement, yes. Eventually, I will record it, and then we will enjoy it together. By that, I mean you will enjoy it, and I won't because I don't like listening to myself. Anyway, right, I'm determined to finish this video. Come on, it's like how I've been streaming for like 3.5 hours. This is ridiculous. It's 3.5 hours to do 2 minutes of a video. That's wild. Oh. Mm-hmm. I'm glad that she's reflected on this because this is true. Like, I think that a big part of the PhD experience is the collaborative exchanges that you get to have with your PhD supervisor or other academics. Like, if she's just trying to sit there and do everything herself, then she's kind of fundamentally missing a big part of the experience of doing a PhD. I get the vibe she's speaking to herself X years ago. It'll probably help some fresh-faced PhD candidate. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. I think she's clearly done a lot of reflection on where she's at. But I do think the way that she started presenting it at first was a bit difficult to process. uh, Depending on what it is, I might have a crack at remixing it to go for it. Me drinking with my buds doing a PhD or something. I mean, to be fair, doing a PhD in Ireland, a big part of it is unironically going to the pub with the rest of your cohort. So, or like not even your cohort, just whoever's in the office. Like it is unironically doing it. That's a big part of the experience here. So actually, yes. And you know, now I've obviously finished, but I still go out for drinks with my supervisor and a couple of other people from that department. So yeah. From my friend who was an economics professor that seemed pretty universal, at least in social sciences. I think so, yeah. I mean, we have like wine receptions at conferences normally, so yeah. If I ever do an education PhD, I'm gonna go Irish then. Sometimes I can't tell whether I'm like promoting or hindering the Ireland tourism industry. Like I can't tell if I'm helping or hindering our economic growth. Oh dear. Okay. Anyway, uh I know a few as well. It kind of reminds me of those Japanese businessmen in a weird way. Yeah, it kind of is similar to the whole like izakaya kind of culture thing. Yeah. Under a minute per hour. Yeah, okay. Okay, we should keep going. She did. By having a moment. I don't understand. She needed to quit the approach, not the PhD itself, but she did still quit the PhD. I mean, I'm glad that she had this revelation, but it's like she left regardless. Um, and I'm confused. But I think you're right. I think it is like Komi, I think you're right. I think it's like she's framing this as advice for people that are doing a PhD currently. I think you're right. Oh, no, you won't. No. Oh, no. Look, we're 4 minutes and a half in, we're 4 minutes 30 seconds into the video. Why is it doing this? Okay. Yeah, that's true. This is very, very true. This is very true. They're not comparable really at all, to be honest. It's the same as how you work in high school is not the same as how you work at university. They're totally different. Like high school is like memorized and everything is scheduled for you and you're told what to memorize. Then you go to university and suddenly you're like applying your knowledge, but you also still have to memorize it, but it's self-directed learning, but you might also do a bit of, like more coursework, heavy stuff. But then you do your PhD, and effectively everything is coursework. Everything is self-directed. The way of working is totally different. And that lack of structure that you end up with can be really, really difficult for some people. But it means that the strategies that you use during your undergrad and masters, they just don't really transfer across very well. Which is why I always say I think that if you're going to go do a PhD, go into it approaching it like a 9 to 5 job. Do your 9 to 5 job style research. Like do your PhD 9 till 5 or whatever hours suit you. I always did 10 till 6. And then that's it. Stop, because otherwise it can become entirely all encompassing. Obviously, exceptions when there's like deadlines and stuff like that, but also you need to take some time off sometimes too if you do that. If you're at a job, you'd get time in lieu, do the same thing for your PhD. Yeah. But yeah, masters I think was really, really intense. I really enjoyed my masters, even though it was interrupted by a certain global event, which kind of made the last bit of it not so fun. But like the first part of it where I was having the in-person teaching experiences and it was all like as it was before, like that was really, really good. I really enjoyed it. Um Frankly, I'm amazed I got through uni at all, let alone coasting to a 2-2. That's fair. I was very highly strung, so I I had like a spreadsheet where I was like, I need to calculate this and this. I need to get this in this module and then this in this module so that I can just scrape a first. But ideally I want to get more than that, so I'm gonna try. Yeah, I was a bit extra. I had a spreadsheet. Would auto calculate my grades. Yeah. Speaking of PhD Simulator, I told Rye or Die about it and she might stream it. That's so fun. I love that. I love Rye. She's so nice. She's so nice. Thank God for low UK pass rates. If I were in any other European country, I would have crashed and burned. Yeah. I don't know how I would have done in another country. I think that the UK system worked for me personally, but it also didn't in a lot of ways. I don't know how I would have done in other countries. Can't say I'm too surprised about the spreadsheet. I do like a good spreadsheet. I do like a good spreadsheet. And then I like shared a template of it with everyone that was in my cohort. And then everybody was using it. And then we were all calculating our grades. And then it was like pretty accurate. Most people got the grades that they wanted based on the spreadsheet. I was quite proud of that. Yeah. Okay. Yes, I would say the main difference is that it's all a lot more professional. Like, I think it's all just a lot more professional. When you're a student, there's a very, very direct power imbalance. Whereas when you're a PhD student, the power imbalance has narrowed a bit. It's still there, but it's narrowed a bit. So you can talk to. There's a lot of professors that will talk to you like you're an equal, which is great. Um, but that does mean that it comes with a lot of professionalism expectations that you can kind of get away with when you're an undergrad or a master's student. My problem would be that I'd be doing better at creating a good spreadsheet than my actual degree. I did use it as my form of stress procrastination, to be fair. That's why there was a delay in getting my degree certificate, is because I did a term in France on an Erasmus placement and I wasn't even close to their pass grade. At least I think that's what happened. Oh, I see. I didn't get to do Erasmus. I wish I had. I got accepted to do a summer school in Japan. So I was meant to go to Tokyo to do a summer school, but then things happened and I couldn't go due to personal reasons, which was a bit rubbish. Which was like basically my entire experience of undergrad was that I got accepted to do a cool thing and then I couldn't do it for personal reasons. Yeah. An MSc is pretending that you have a research job for learning reasons. A PhD is the university pretending that you don't have a job for tax reasons. Oh, that's such a good summary. But like once you pass the quals, you kind of level up professionally. Yeah, I mean, so the UK doesn't have qualifying exams, but you do have, in a lot of universities, you do have a process where you have a kind of exam-like thing. It's like a mini viva voce that will happen at the end of your first year, where you're expected to present the first draft of your literature review, and then also like your plan for your studies, and then any data that you have. So you present all of that, and then you give it in a big report. So it's like a mini thesis effectively, and then they give you feedback on it, and yeah, and then you go from being a PhD candidate to being a PhD student, which functionally makes like no difference. Yeah. And then yeah, my university had the same. What's a qualifying exam like? What do they ask? Is it essays? I don't know because I've never done one. But I've heard that basically what I've heard from what I've heard from my friends who are in the US who did a PhD in the US was that basically you get quizzed on your entire field and they expect you to know names and dates of papers. So I would have failed that. I would have failed that. Yeah. Gotta go do a telehealth supervision, so enjoy your time off. Thank you. I hope your appointment goes well, or your supervision, sorry, goes well. I can't imagine you'll still be on in an hour given it's already 11 p.m. I mean, you never know. I could be. I could be. Sometimes you can't even form your committee until you pass the quals. Oh, that's rough. Neither the UK or France uni is there now. My uni in Brum changed names twice, and my old campus is now a hospital car park. And University Lille Trois merged with the other two Lille universities. And the halls that I stayed in have been knocked down. That's so funny. Thank you for the hydrate, Tynek. Thank you, thank you. I will hydrate. Have you shared the topic of any thesis you've done before? Is that too doxing? I can't go into the specifics. What I can say is that for my undergraduate dissertation, I did a social psychology research study on it was about perceptions of a group that are not living up to stereotypes. Yes. So it was, yeah. I hope that makes sense. And then my master's and PhD were both about conspiracy theories. Yeah. Yeah. I've heard of the oral exam where you're quizzed on all of the literature, like Sai said. Mine was write a novel theory paper with zero assistance from anyone, must be publishable quality. That's equally terrifying, actually. But also, I feel like it's a bit more manageable, but it's still terrifying. It's scary. I mentioned this because I have some sort of curse where nearly all the companies that I've worked for or places or of education I went to no longer exist. That's so funny. Yeah. Okay. We're finishing this video. I'm determined. I I think I get where she's coming from. I think I get where she's coming from. I think she's basically saying that like okay, no, actually no I don't. Like this is very building an entire institution, a whole structure. Like I kind of get it. Like doing my PhD did change my worldview. And I think that might be the summary of what she's saying. Like doing my PhD did change my worldview and it did change how I think about things. But I wouldn't say it's fundamentally different from my undergrad or masters in that way. I think that that for me they all built upon each other quite nicely, to be honest. Yeah. I don't know. We have to do something new, but it's not like but it's like within a framework. Yeah. Like this like building a whole institution, like not even professors do that. That's like I mean, when I was doing my PhD, I was thinking about like, okay, how could I expand this in the future if I were to do a funded postdoc? Like how could I do that? But it's not like that wasn't the thing that was driving me to do it. I don't know. Agreed. It's just like leveling up each time. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe humanities is different, but to me, speaks less to. To me, this speaks less to what a PhD is and more to a worldview in which a PhD holds a special place that it shouldn't have. Does that make sense? I think that I have a feeling that she might have put the idea of doing a PhD up on a pedestal and be like, once you've like got a PhD, when you're doing a PhD, you are educated TM. And it is the thing that you should do in your life, or the thing that someone can do in their life. Um, and I think that's a really unhealthy way to look at a PhD. At the end of the day, it's just another qualification. Like, is it an advanced one? Yes. But it is just another qualification. Does it change some things about your lifestyle? Yeah. I mean, admittedly, I got into some kind of unhealthy habits while I was, especially at the end of my PhD. Um, but I equally know plenty of people that manage to do just normal 9 to 5 hours and then go home to their kids during their PhD. Um, I know loads of people that did loads of traveling during their PhD. Like their lifestyles didn't fundamentally change. Um, yeah, I don't know. Right now, all it seems to have done is to make her speak 100 times more words than necessary. And in the process, unintentionally obfuscating the meaning. I don't want to be mean. I think I think she might just be well read. Like, you know, when people are deep into literature, that's just sometimes what they do. They write how they write. They speak how they read. Yeah. There was a video about how doing a PhD makes you stupid. What are you implying? Someone padding out a YouTube video with a verbose explanation of something simple. Surely you jest. What's the difference between a research-based master's and a PhD? I can't speak for anything outside of the UK. I don't know. Um, Within the UK and Ireland, a research-based master's is like a 1-year thing that you do, and it's normally expected to lead into a PhD. So normally you would do a master's of research as a pilot study for a PhD, basically. It's basically to get you an extra year of funding if you know that you're going to do it. So yeah, or people like who leave their PhD early sometimes leave with an MRes instead. Yeah. Uh, Not to mention research-based masters sometimes don't publish. I mean, PhDs sometimes don't publish. I haven't published. Well, I haven't published my PhD research. I mean, I've made my thesis open access, so I guess in a way I have. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not convinced. I think this is a really, really unhealthy way of, to me it sounds like doing the PhD became like her identity. And I think if doing a PhD becomes your identity like that, then you're putting too much you're effectively putting too much of your personal eggs in one basket, you know? Like it's putting way too much pressure on yourself, and I feel like you're kind of doomed to failure if you do that. Yeah. Doing a PhD makes you feel stupid because you keep failing or something along those lines. Ah, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. Yeah. Uh, Masters is teaching you how to do research. PhD is more you're becoming a PI. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, I feel like masters is like the formal education that you need in order to start. And then PhD to me always felt like a bit of an apprenticeship, where it's like guided on the job learning with some extra training as part of it. And then as you go through, you become more independent, and then eventually you become the master, and then you can have your own apprenticeships, your own apprentices even. Yeah. Uh in my experience anyway, like here's how to do a study, and then PhD is here's how to lead a study from your own ideas and theory. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. This whole like having your PhD becoming your whole identity thing, not healthy. Don't do that. Not good. I do agree that like your experience whilst you're doing a PhD is going to be different depending on the research that you're doing. You know, like whenever I've spoken to people doing like EEG research in the same department as me, like clearly their experience is very, very different because they're spending long hours in the labs, whereas I was doing survey based research. So I did everything from home. But like saying I think the general structure and the general techniques that you use to successfully get through a PhD, I think they're probably quite similar. You know, it's all at the end of the day, it's all like time management, project management, you know, professionalism, social interactions, you know, like networking. Like it's pretty standard stuff. I feel like it's not I don't know. I feel like those core things aren't really different. And whenever I've spoken to my friends that are doing PhDs in different fields, even then we kind of all agree on roughly the same things. So I'm not sure about that. I kind of see what she's saying though, because I do think that like depending on the research you're doing, it does have a big impact on what you're doing. So like for example, if you're in a field where you do lots of conferences, you're going to be traveling a lot. That's a very, very different experience than if you're in a field where it's like you aim to publish a book and conferences are like a marketing kind of strategy. Yeah. Uh, I was the learner, but now I'm the master. Exactly. Turning a PhD student into a tacit knowledge machine slash expert system. Yeah, I kind of get it, but I don't think it's a healthy way to think about it. Hi, never gonna find me. Hello, hello. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. I'm gonna send this to my brother since he did history and linguistics while I did molecular biosciences. Since history and languages are in the same college as hers, maybe it's a culture difference, or maybe she's faffing around. Maybe I don't know. I would love to find out, but yeah, I don't know. Get help. Being independent means you know how to ask for help and you know when to ask for help. Kind of a consequence from a structural perspective. Oh, yeah, I guess. Joke's on them. In PhD Simulator, I passed my calls and got a major result in year 1. Lucky. I ate a mushroom cap like a burger and it was good. What's this lady on about? I had a burger earlier. She's talking about her PhD and why it was bad. I had a burger earlier and it was really nice. We basically had classes in the first year to answer the questions that she's basically talking about here. Winston tired and confused. Yeah, I feel tired and confused too. But yeah, no, we had classes about this too. I think because she said she was like a COVID intake, right? So maybe the classes were disrupted, but like I was also a COVID intake. We still had the classes. They were just on Zoom. Like we still had those classes. They were still there. You had to, you know, log in and actually go to them, which may be part of the problem. Potentially maybe these classes were happening and she either didn't realize or she didn't go to them because she was working a full-time job at the same time, perhaps, which is why you shouldn't do that. Because if you work a full-time job during office hours, then you can't go to the training that your university provides, which means you are wasting your tuition fees. Yeah. Anyway. I'm sorry, wait, no, sorry. Did she just say exams? Did she just say exams? You don't need to sit any exams. I can't. That's so cute. Oh, okay. I've never heard anyone say it like that before. Well, I actually do. I'm starting to question whether she might actually be like a non-native speaker because there's some things that she's pronouncing in like a really, really interesting way. And I can't pin down what that accent is. Yeah, the thing about no classes, now that I think about it actually, if you've done a master's before your PhD, oftentimes the classes are optional. But that doesn't mean that there's no classes, okay? It's just that, so technically they're optional, but at most universities in the UK and Ireland, you have a set number of hours of training that you need to do every year. And you are expected to go to this training. You are expected to do your training hours. And some of the things that you are expected to do are generally things like how to do a literature search, for example. So yeah. Yeah. So I'm not sure. Uh yeah, she's Oxfording too hard. Morbid's like this and you need an irritated toggle for your model. I'm not irritated. This is the thing. Like I think she's saying useful things to reflect on, but I do also feel like some of this is like structural and some of this is like personal decisions. Like I know I've said it so many times, but really the idea of doing full-time job at the same time as doing your PhD is ridiculous. You shouldn't do that. Uh If she talks about her gap year, I'm done. I wonder how many cats she has. She does look like she might have a cat, right? Although actually she's got many dangly things, so maybe not. Maybe she doesn't have a cat. Maybe that's what happens when you have that many books surrounding you. All the letters get thrown at you, like the enchanting table in Minecraft, and you ascend to the exams. Yeah, she has too many things on edges, I agree. And there's like the dangly things and there's like the leaves behind her and stuff. I think you're right. I don't think she has a cat. Here you have to have a full-time job when doing your PhD as the PhD is full-time paid employment. See, that's how it should be. Antaraki, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome into the into the lab. You are now a research assistant. Don't let this lady put you off. I swear, it's fun. I swear. uh, we had to get a certain number of Roberts points per year doing training and going to conferences and summer schools. Because the report that said this was a problem was by someone named Roberts. Ah, I see. I see. Okay. I feel like there's many layers here that are very, 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 very tied to her situation, and largely they boil down to you're not near your university, you're working a full-time job and doing your PhD on the side. You're not going to the classes that your PhD that your university puts on because you don't want to engage in any help. You're also not interacting with your supervisor in the correct way because you don't want to ask for help. And I guess also on top of all of that, there's a pandemic happening, which in fairness is completely out of your control. But the other things are within your control, I think, and could have been managed better, possibly. I don't know. As someone in natural sciences, her description feels kind of alien. Yeah, it feels really alien to me as a social scientist. It feels very alien to me because, like, yeah, I mean, my project was still kind of solo, I guess you could say, but we were having a lot of departmental events happening still online during the pandemic. So, for example, all of our seminars got moved online. All of our like graduate school training got moved online. You know, like there was still lots of things to be going to talk to people. And on top of that, we like as a cohort, we independently organized things too. Like we organized like casual Zoom meetups, and there were also some department level events like quizzes and stuff to get people, you know, interacting with each other since they weren't having the natural interaction on campus. So I don't know. I feel like this is a really weird situation, but I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be mean. Maybe there's other things also. Like maybe she had to work full time. She didn't have a choice. But it feels to me like a big chunk of this is like a product of her own making in a way, you know? Yeah. Uh I'm trying to figure out whether she literally had no classes or if she decided to not attend them because those are two very different things. So the way that it normally works at UK universities is that if you don't have a master's yet, you have to do well, they will strongly encourage you to do like methodology courses, like advanced methodology modules. Like normally you'd sit in on the existing master's students classes. There's no like PhD level classes specifically in that way that are mandated normally. However, yeah, I think I've said like there's training that like you're meant to have a certain number of hours every year, and you can pick and choose what the training is because obviously like every PhD is a bit different, but there will be training provided that is PhD level that is like how to do your literature review or like how to do I don't know, auto ethnographic research, how to do survey research, you know, it'll be like methodology focused and then it will be general things like research skills focused. So I can guarantee you that her university was offering those. I can guarantee you it because it's a requirement. Like all of the universities offer it. To varying degrees of quality, obviously, but they all have it. So yeah. What the where now? Autoethnography. Autoethnography is a type of anthropological research where you basically document your experiences going into a community. And that is the research, or it's like you doing a thing basically. Like you are the subject of your research. Yeah. Uh so derp a lot. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Welcome into the research participation pool. Welcome in. If you're in a position of having to work full time, does it not just make sense to be perusing a PhD at that time? Seems like it was already stacked against her going into it. Yeah, in general, I would say to people, don't do a full time job. Like part time, I think you can make it work. But honestly, I did part time plus PhD. So I did a full time PhD, and then I was doing on average 2 or 3 days of paid work every week as well. And I would say I don't encourage that either. Like if you're gonna do like if you need to work alongside your PhD, try your best to do your PhD part-time. It's going to take longer, but it's worth it. You need that time. Yeah. Yeah. It's the self-insert fanfic of research. That is wild. A little bit, I guess. Have you tried stacking up on student debt instead of working? Why not be like me and do both? Yippee! Yay! The recommendation would probably be to work 4 days a week and do the PhD 3 days a week. I would say actually even differently. I would say do 3 days of work, 3 days of PhD, and make sure you have a day off. Because when you're doing brain intensive work, I very strongly believe that you do need a day off every week. Ideally 2, but 1 you can function on, I think. Yes. Yeah. You don't need social media to do that. There are so many mailing lists. There are websites for research networks. There are so many of them. Trust me, they exist. You can also just Google people and email them. There are forums, exactly. You can also just email people. You can just Google them. Academics generally have a publicly available page. You can just email them. Like, go to online conferences. Like, there are so many things that you can do. That makes sense now. That makes sense. I was also very anxious interacting with people when I started my PhD because I'm autistic and I know that I come across as weird. um, so I empathize, but unfortunately, you just got to do it. Sometimes anxiety is your body telling you that there is a threat when there isn't one, and you need to work out whether there is a threat or not. And when it comes to social anxiety, my general experience is that unless somebody is giving creepy energy and they seem like they are going to hurt you in some way, probably the anxiety is false alert. That's my experience. Yeah. Yeah. Pre-X Twitter was much better for that though. It was pretty good for it, but also like I don't know how many people I actually met as a result of it. Like I don't think it was that many. Most of the people I met were like through actual research networks, as in meetings that I would go to online or conferences. I met them at conferences. Like I think maybe there's like 2 people that I ended up actually talking to as a result of Twitter. But even then, like I ended up talking. It was just like an icebreaker for when we eventually met at a conference. So yeah. Yeah. Uh same. Need to I need to bring you closer. Your colleagues do not have to be your friends. Okay? This is important. Important distinction. You can have friends and you can have colleagues and they can be separate. Okay? Like, you can have colleagues who are also friends, but you can also have friends who are not even in academia. They are not even doing a PhD. They are not in this world. And then you can have colleagues that you only interact with on a professional basis. And that is okay. That's what they're there for. I think this is an important distinction that needs to be highlighted. I find this a very important distinction. Yeah. She needs therapy. Oh no, she's doing the Ori zoom in. It says something when the autistic woman has better social skills, right? But it boils down to like, I'm not afraid to make a fool of myself because everybody's always making a fool of themselves, you know? Like, it doesn't bother me. But also, like, yeah, no, no. Like, I feel bad, but I feel like the summary of this video is like skill issue. Like, I feel so mean saying it, but I really do feel like that is the summary of the video. Oh, there's definitely systemic things that make it worse, but we can't blame systems for everything. Sometimes you choose to be acting in a certain way within that system, you know? Yeah. Chances are other people forget what you said or did. Exactly. I know for a fact that I have told my manager certain things like 5 times and he asks me again every time. Like, people forget stuff. It's not a big deal. You know? Like, remembering everything is weird. I do that though. I do. Well, actually, no, that's not true. I forget things also all the time. But like, you know, remembering everything is weird. Not most people don't do that, you know? Yeah. And chances are other people forget. Oh, why am I reading that again? Sorry. A little bit of this is also a failure of her supervisors. I agree. They should have been checking in on her more. They should have been more involved in this process. Like, there are some students that really benefit from like being very independent. Admittedly, I was one of them, but that's because like my supervisor gave me really, really good clear direction very, very early on. And then once she knew that I was on track, she kind of took a step back and was like, you do your thing now, you know? Yeah. And then you're the widow because they forget you they told you. Exactly. This is my problem that I regularly have. What? Once every 2 months? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, this is there's definitely supervisor failure happening here. This is not great. This is not great. Like, that's really bad. Once every 2 months. Even in my final year when I was doing nothing but write up, like I was still seeing my supervisor once a month. Every 2 months is wacky. I think in the beginning I saw my supervisor every 2 weeks. And like she offered to do it every week and I said no because it would be like too much social energy for me. I was like, I would rather come every 2 weeks and actually have something to show for it because I haven't had to spend, you know, 3 days in my week mentally preparing and or decompressing from it. This is something that stopped happening by the end. Me and her are like actually friends now. Like, we're just friends. We just hang out. So I no longer like, you know, by year 3, I was no longer feeling the stress from supervision meetings because it was very chill and I knew it would be fine. But yeah, every 2 months is wacky. Yeah. Yeah. Supervisor was probably over encumbered and happy that she didn't demand more, possibly, or possibly inexperienced. I think this is something that happens with inexperienced PIs because sometimes they'll feel bad about encroaching because they're also inexperienced. So they either don't notice or if they do, they don't know how to approach it. Yeah. I saw my supervisor for a one-on-one every week, and then we had a journal club, including the supervisor every week too. Yeah, that's pretty common. A journal club every week sounds intense, but I think we had like a month. We had like weekly departmental seminars that I would go to. We had a research group meeting once every 2 weeks, or maybe once a month. Maybe it was. I think it was once a month at first, and then yeah, every 2 weeks I'd see my supervisor, and then I'd also have like ad hoc meetings with the postdocs that were working on the adjacent project. So yeah, yeah. To be fair, this doesn't give us context for if the supervisor was trying to be more engaged early on, but then backed off because she was giving them the impression that a 2 month check-in window was fine. Yeah, that's very, very true. That's very true. Yeah. New supervisors tend to be either helicopter or absent. Yeah, I think so. Oh, PI in a research context stands for principal investigator. So it's the person who is the main project lead, basically. Yeah. Hi, Wiggly Weeble. Thank you for the lab safety ratio check-in. Thank you, thank you. So there is an ad playing at the minute, so I'm not gonna watch any more of the video. I'm gonna pop you onto the Pikmin song for the remainder of the ad, if that's okay, because my water has once again run out, and I must drink water if that's okay. So I will be back in a few minutes, literally like two. It's a couple. I'll be real quick. I'll be real quick. See you in a second. Pikmin 4 and 5, Pikmin 6, Pikmin 7, Pikmin 18 million and 11, Pikmin 3 Deluxe and hey Pikmin, new centrifuge to put Pikmin in. Pikmin in your membrane, that's called Pikmin blot. Old Pikmin theorem that scientists forgot. New mechanics, quantum Pikmin. Pikmin chest tube, Pikmin balloon mount, radio sonde, Pikmin electrons covalent bond, Pikmin AI published IEEE, slowed down Pikmin due to relativity, Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating all it touches, Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating everything it touches. Pikmin in your culture, Pikmin in your fucking culture, Pikmin 1 and 2 and Pikmin 3, Pikmin you play control for the Wii, Pikmin 4 and 5, Pikmin 6, Pikmin 7, Pikmin 18 million and 11, Pikmin 3 Deluxe and hey Pikmin, new centrifuge to put Pikmin in. Pikmin in your membrane, that's called Pikmin blot. Old Pikmin theorem that scientists forgot. New mechanics, quantum Pikmin. Pikmin chest tube, Pikmin balloon mount, radio sonde, Pikmin electrons covalent bond, Pikmin AI published IEEE, slowed down Pikmin due to relativity, Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating all it touches, Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating everything it touches. Pikmin in your culture, Pikmin in your fucking culture, Pikmin 1 and 2 and Pikmin 3, Pikmin you play control for the Wii, Pikmin 4 and 5, Pikmin 6, Pikmin 7, Pikmin 18 million and 11, Pikmin 3 Deluxe and hey Pikmin, new centrifuge to put Pikmin in. Pikmin in your membrane, that's called Pikmin blot. Old Pikmin theorem that scientists forgot. I hope you enjoyed your Pikmin. Welcome back. Either that's the smallest bottle of water in existence or you are parched, making me feel like I should be drinking more. Yeah, I'm talking. Yeah, but like Bobo said, talking. When you talk, you expel moisture from your body through your mouth because it comes out as vapor from your lungs or something. So that's the reason why. That's the reason why. Yes. That's why I'm drinking a lot, is because I have, yeah, I know it's gross. I know, I'm sorry. I'm not a medical doctor, so I explain things in bad ways, okay? Sorry. I really love those videos. I think the channel is Chubby Emu, where it's like a woman drank 3 liters of horse electrolytes. This is what happened to her brain. And then it's like not clickbait. It's like actually real. I love that channel so much. It's my favorite thing to watch when like no thoughts head empty, you know? I love it. Oh, so good. Need one of those hamster water bottles on a mic arm. Oh, that would be good. That would be good, actually. The little angry Korean woman uses it to horrify me. That's so funny. Some of them are so wacky. The way that he like tells the story around the lead up to it is sometimes just so funny. Like, I don't know. Emia means presence in blood. Oh, every time. It's so funny. I don't know. I don't think it's meant I don't know if it's meant to be funny. But if it is, then he's doing it perfectly. And if it isn't, he's still doing it perfectly. Oh, I love it. Okay, anyway. So she's meeting her supervisor every 2 months, which I find distressing and upsetting. I can't tell if she's saying this for the comedic bit. I genuinely cannot tell, but like, I would like to reiterate the prior comment of like, perhaps there comes a point where it's impacting your life enough that you should consider professional help? Question mark? Like, that's making like the way that she's talking about this is making me nervous. I think it's leading to some of the bits like the Emia bit. Yeah, I love the Emia bit. And the way like the description of the events up to it, oh, it cracks me up. I love it so much. We literally can't skip conferences. It's a requirement. Yeah, it's like you need to go to conferences. You need to meet people in your field. You can't do a research in a silo like that. He really does have that humanities accent, English type specifically. Seen it on BreadTube sometimes, even the hand gestures. Interesting. Interesting. Writing papers to do research, writing papers to do conferences. Unironically, that's me. I am not very what's the word? Extrinsically motivated when it comes to publishing my research. So I could just quite happily never publish it or present it, not because I'm scared to go to conferences. I actually really like conferences, and that's what motivates me to do it. So every time that I want to write a paper, I choose a conference that I want to present it at. That's how I do it because I'm motivated to do it then. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Okay. I feel bad. I thought in the beginning that she implied that she dropped out. Yeah, I thought she'd left. Yeah. I thought she dropped out. The way that she framed it in the beginning made it seem like that she had dropped out. She's still a student. This makes so much more sense now. This makes so much more sense now, I think. This is a revelation. We've been watching this entirely the wrong way. No, I stand by everything that I said, but also now it means that you can course correct very, very easily, I think. I mean, this was 2 years ago, so yeah. I thought she was taken from like a 5-year reflection. I thought so too. I thought so too. Yeah. No, the way that she framed it in the beginning made it sound like she'd left. It made it seem like she'd given up, basically. Yeah. I think she largely figured out what was holding her back while there was still time, so that's great. Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if she finished. We should after this. We should go check on her channel and see if she finished. Also, sorry, that's what I was gonna say also. So I think that what she's saying about documenting your progress definitely super, super important. I think this was why my program had built in like a yearly progress review so that you had something where you could like just sit and like retro all of the last year and then plan your year going forward. Which was really, really helpful. But also, I think that the whole like documenting your progress thing is why a lot of researchers keep like field notes even if they're not out in the field. The phrase field note is a bit of a misnomer. Anyone that's doing research can keep field notes, but it's basically just documenting like what you're doing and why. So that you can go back and be like, why did I do that? Like every now and then you'll get to a point in your data analysis where you're like, why did I do that? What was I thinking? And oftentimes if you haven't written it down, you don't know. So keeping just like a little diary, logging what you've done and why is super, super helpful. So that's what I did, and I found it really nice. Dog. Logging is literally just like modern day field notes. That's so fun. I love that. I hope that she did that. I hope that she did that. Good. Yes. That's how it's meant to work. I'm glad that she worked this out. Genuinely, I'm really glad. Like that is how it's meant to work though. You're meant to be doing that. Keep notes on any decision making progress. Nothing worse than a comment from a reviewer on what you did years ago. Exactly. Exactly. Hey Doc, welcome back to the vlog. Today I'm sending emails. Tomorrow also sending emails. Me, oh my god. During my data collection, basically my entire data collection was just sending out emails being like, hello, could you do my survey please? And nobody ever did. It took ages. But like that was unironically my life for a solid 3 months was just every day like, okay, honey, wake up. It's time for your new mail merge. Like it was terrible. It was so bad. 0 out of 10 do not recommend. Not great. Uh, Many institutions now mandate an electronic research notebook, but these can be a pain in the butt. So I figure it's really one of those cases where the best method is one you actually use. Definitely, definitely. I'm very much in favor of a blog. I think a blog is actually a great idea because then not only is it like you're documenting your process, but also you're doing it transparently. And on top of that, you might garner an audience and earn some money from it eventually. You never know. Things take off sometimes. Yeah. Yeah. There's a follow-up video. Oh, okay. Okay. I've left my PhD for a while. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, this is very, very strong imposter syndrome. Incredibly strong imposter syndrome. I feel like this goes a bit beyond imposter syndrome though. I feel like this is straying into the territory of like full blown, like you might have issues, go to therapy. Please, like, this is not a healthy way of thinking about yourself. Please talk to somebody that knows about mental health. I'm worried about her, to be honest. Enjoy your lurk, Chloe Belladonna. I hope work goes okay. Thank you for lurking. I know not to armchair diagnose, but for the love of gods, go to someone and stop making YouTube videos. Right. I feel kind of the same. Like the thing about not calling yourself an academic when you're a PhD student, like I did that. I didn't call myself an academic when I was a PhD student. I didn't feel like that was weird, but I also just was like academic implies that it is a certain lifestyle that I don't want to have. So I don't know. I didn't really, it's not a term I guess that I ever really identified with. So I kind of get her on the one hand, but also like, you know, if you want to go into academia as a job, like as a career, then go for it. Call yourself that. I don't know. It's full blown something, that's for sure. Yeah. I think being smart is way overrated anyways. I think what's important is emotional and social intelligence and curiosity. I agree. I agree. I agree. Like intelligent is, it's used to justify a lot of bad behavior, I think, and a lot of bad takes. And it makes me uncomfortable. I have many, many friends that are not as educated as me, and I love and appreciate them because the education is irrelevant. I think that they are skilled and smart and fun in many, many ways. And maybe that doesn't necessarily mean in a kind of traditional intelligence or educated kind of way, but they're nice people, and that's the most important thing. So, yeah. I do worry that she pays a little bit too much attention to the comment section. Like, it got a little bit too big and got affected by those mean people. I think so. And honestly, like, whenever, so I've been seeing a lot of, like, I get in my recommended. I think my my YouTube recommendations have worked out that I am a content creator, TM. So I keep getting loads of recommendations that's like, this is how you can quit your job and become a content creator. I don't want to do that. I like my job. Thank you very much. I want to stay in my job. I do this as a hobby because it's fun, because I like doing it. But I do not want to be a content creator as a job. That sounds horrifying to me. Frankly, I don't like it. So, but like I've been thinking about it, right? Like, why do people want that? And I do kind of get it. Like, I think there's a draw to like being your own boss and stuff, right? But then I do also feel like at the end of the day, content creation in a way is a job, which you need to have certain personality traits and skills to fit into well. And if you're like obsessing over the comment section in a way that's like actually it's impacting how you feel about yourself or it's impacting your emotional state, that's not healthy. And possibly that is a skill that you need to change, like you need to develop, or a trait that means that you need to put safeguards in place in order to be a successful content creator. Like, I don't, if you're doing anything that's public facing, I'm not, like, you need to learn how to not be bothered by comments. And it's like, I think for a lot of people, it's a skill that they develop over time, but I think it is one that you need to actively develop. Some people are also just naturally less bothered, to be fair. I think I'm no, I'm not naturally less bothered, actually. No, I take it back, because I had really bad social anxiety when I was a teenager. So no, I'm not even naturally less bothered. I am very not bothered though. Like, like Mematoad made a clip, like a short, from of largely me, not just me, but largely me. And it's got like a lot of views on it. And every now and then I just like to look just to see how many views it's got and what some of the comments are saying. But it's not like a obsessing over it kind of way. Like, people are saying some mean things, but I don't get upset by it. I find them really funny. The most offensive thing that people have said is accusing me of being English, which I find really funny because it's true. One person thinks I'm Australian also, which I do find offensive mildly, but not in a like I'm actually upset kind of way, like in a that's really funny kind of way. But like if I was sitting there and like the things that people were saying were actually upsetting me, then that's first of all wasting my time because now I'm upset and I'm not going to do other things because I'm going to sit there and be upset. And second of all, uh, it is getting myself into a cycle that is unhealthy, I think, of like focusing on what other people are saying rather than focusing on how I feel about myself. Like it's letting that cloud how I feel about myself in a way. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's healthy to go down those spirals, and I feel like that is a skill that a lot of content creators should invest in is learning how to be less bothered. My secret is that I just pretend like I just tell myself that everything's really funny and it works. So yeah. Uh Quit your job and become a slave to the algorithm. I'm honestly scared of that concept. That scares me. I like the stability of having a job. Uh PhDs do more hands-on research than most people in permanent positions. This is very true. This is very true. Like once you're in a permanent like tenure position, a big chunk of your time is teaching. A big chunk of your time is managing PhD students and master's students and bachelor students. A big chunk of it is applying for grants and then the admin around receiving grants and dispersing grants. Like, yeah, it's a lot of management. It's not really research necessarily. Uh, First things to do when you become a YouTuber of any size, set all your comment sections to moderated and ask someone else to filter out the trolling and whatnot. I mean, I don't, but I also, like I said, I just don't care. Like, it just doesn't bother me. Like, even if someone like came onto one of my comments sections and was like, "Ugh, you're probably a VTuber because you're ugly and you don't know what you're talking about. You're stupid. You're just pretending to have a PhD. And look at you. Ugh, you're British. Ugh, gross. And your videos are badly researched." I'd be like, "Okay, that's a you opinion. Also, that's really funny." So, why, yes, I am British. Terrible. Imagine being accused of being British. Shocking. Uh, Content creation is an art. It seems so much more freeing to just be able to do it as a hobby because you can enjoy it without being consumed by how feasible it is to make you money because not everyone blows up like that. Exactly. Yeah. And like that's the thing. I feel like there's too much focus on like becoming a content creator as a job, but like then you lose the whimsy. You're gonna lose your whimsy. Have fun. Just do things that you think are fun, and then maybe people will join you. You know, that's how I feel. You're a VTuber because you want to present as a woman, but women are fictional. True. Very true. uh, by the way, and apropos to some of the things covered tonight, I've been making a decision to go to Vexpo this year and do some networking in terms of making music for/about VTubers. Might see you there. Let's go! Let's go! I hope your networking goes well. I'm trying to work out whether I might do a cheeky little meet and greet type of thing, meetup type of thing. There's a meetup area this year apparently, but I need to wait and find out about the rules about it. But yes, I'm going to Vexpo. This is no secret. This is one of the things that I am very, very open about every year. I always go to Expo. It's my favorite con and I love it. Yes. Yes. I've seen some people lose the plot trying to go pro. Yeah, it does happen, right? It does happen. Yeah. I have no idea how to do networking. You talk to them about things. I wish I could give you more advice, but that's unironically how I do it. I just turn up and talk to them about things and hope for the best. Like bridges, exactly. Exactly. So my strategy is that first of all, I have like an opener for the conversation. So yeah. So like when I go to Vexpo, I'm like, I've got like a two-pronged approach. First of all, I ask, "Are you a VTuber?" And if they say yes, then I ask them about what kind of content they do. And if they say no, then I ask them who their Oshi is. Tell me about your Oshi. I want to hear about your Oshi. Yeah. Talking is easy, but following up is hard. Following up is just talking more. Also, it doesn't matter if there's like a bit of time. Like, don't rush to like follow up instantly. Like, you don't need to like send an email or send a message or whatever instantly, like 3 days afterwards. You can leave it a bit if you need to, you know? Yeah. But make sure you do it eventually. But it can be like natural engagement, you know, if it's someone that's like, if it's like another content creator, for example, like just find a way to interact with them, you know? You can like, if you're a streamer on Twitch, you can raid them. You can like reply to their social media posts, stuff like that. And you can also just like hang out sometimes. Just be like, would you like to vibe? Yeah. Someday you'll go like, I could use help with this thing. And that's you using your networks. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. Like like Retty, if you ever were just like, I have a thing that I would like to talk to you about, then congratulations, you have successfully networked. Ask about Oshi or bridges. Exactly. That's the clue. Because we don't do small talk. If we interact with people, we usually go straight to business of getting to know each other. Yeah. I think that's smart though. I don't like small talk either. And I feel like at Vexpo, I feel like asking someone either about their content or about their Oshi, it's getting pretty quickly to like who they are as a person. It's like I guess it could be considered small talk, but it's also, you know, I feel like it's quite personal in a way, you know? Who your Oshi is says something about who you are because chat reflects streamer, so. Okay, there's literally like 3 minutes, not even that. There's like, well, let's finish this. We can do it. And keep your network broad was how I was able to publish a book. You never know who you need in the future. I agree. Don't just network with VTubers. Yes. Like, talk to other people too. Like, my network that I have, I guess, as a VTuber isn't just VTubers. It's also people who are not VTubers, like Racco. And then it's also people who are like, you know, they're like doing science communication content or some kind of adjacent content that I find interesting and cool. It's people that like do art, it's editors. Yeah. I mean, like my editor, Bandit, like I met him in a queue at Vexpo and we just got talking and I was like, why are you coming to see Rin Penrose? And he was like, because I used to do clips. And I was like, huh, that's fun. And then, you know, we chatted for like the 2 hours or whatever it was we were in the queue. And then by the end of it, I was like, I might need an editor eventually, and I'm going to keep you in mind for it because you seem like a nice person. Then I did reach out and ask, and now he is my editor. So, you know, just staff. I wouldn't say staff. It's like very, very part-time. Or like a contractor who does things occasionally when I have the money for it. Yeah. My hook is if you can use my music. My hook is you can use my music for free, but I'd like you to put my name somewhere. If you'd like to actually pay me for something I've already made or for a commission, then it's up to you. It's a hobby. I have a budget of 0, so I'm good either way. Yeah, I think that's kind of similar to how I approach it as well. Yeah, I like offer to do things for people. Hi, hello, hello, hi, Fluff. Hi, how are you doing? I hope you're good. How are you? Thank you so much for the raid. What the heck? Welcome in, raiders. Hello, hello. Hello. Oh wait, how do I say your name? Swoishi, Swoyoshi. Hello. And hello. It might be Juno. Hello, hello, and hi. How are you doing? I hope you're good. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. My name is Psydere. I'm a research psychologist in real life. I have a PhD. Today we've been watching I've spent 4 hours watching one single video because this is meant to be a react stream. Apparently I react a lot. But we're talking about how academia works. So if you have any questions about PhDs or universities or things such as this, feel free to ask. And aside from that, I also yap, and sometimes I even play games. Rain, how was your stream? How was it? How are you? What were you up to? Aiming for it to take her 6 hours. You know what? Actually, I've just okay, yeah, it's like past midnight. Okay. Well, the good news is, I might be able to raid into bowling with the boys today because it's Tuesday today, right? So that's good. We could go and raid into bowling tonight. Oh dear. I need to get my beauty sleep of 4.5 hours. Oh my gosh, yes, please do sleep. Oh my gosh. See you later. Remember to go to sleep. I will, don't worry. Don't worry. It's fine. I'm not working tomorrow morning. I just have to get up for an appointment. But I'm not working, so it's fine. Yeah. Drawing a fictional boy, and oh boy, it was intense. I have so many questions. Why was it intense? That sounds fun though. I hope you enjoyed your drawing. Oh, there's no bowling, but Ellie will be on. Oh, I thought it was on, wasn't it on Minnie's schedule this week? Oh, well, I can raid into Ellie. That's fine too. Yeah. But yeah, that sounds fun. And Rain, it's late. If you need to, get away from the PC, raid and run, go to sleep, eat some food, etc., please absolutely do. Like, very important to look after yourself after you've been streaming. Yeah. Otherwise, you're also welcome to stick around, but, also please sleep. Thank you for the hydrate as well. I will hydrate. I will hydrate. Oh, they cancelled boarding. Oh. Okay. Well, that's fine. We can raid into Ellie. I have hydrated. Yeah, sleep soon. Yeah. I will also probably sleep at some point. My sleep schedule has been getting really wacky. Like, I think I have actually been going to sleep at like 4 a.m. now. Like, last night was 4 a.m. But I haven't had any caffeine this evening, so maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I'll go to bed at a normal time. No, it's already too late for that. Maybe I'll be asleep by like 2 a.m. today because I had a nice. I have had a nap though, or maybe not. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how quickly I can sleep after stream. Hi DP, hi. How are you doing? I hope you're good. I hope you're good. I wonder if we'll get a rare Ellie solo stream or if she'll adopt passing VTubers to Yap like last week. I wouldn't know anything about that. I do wonder. I wonder. Yeah, okay. Last week I felt kind of bad because I was letting her yap because I was like, have your yapping time. She was on a roll and I didn't want to interrupt, but then she was like, come and join me. And then I was like, okay. But then I was waiting for her to have like a pause because she was really on a roll on her opinions about musicians. And then I was, and then she was suddenly remembered I existed. And I was like, oh, I was enjoying your yap. Get in the code, boss. What are you doing at this fine cold night? I am meant to be reacting to a video. The video has taken us, this is one video. The one video has taken us 4.5 hours. Partially because I've had a lot of opinions on it, and partially because I can't stop talking. Yeah, she did just forget. It was really, really funny. It was really funny. Speaking of the video, let's continue. So much imposter syndrome with this girl. I feel so bad for her. She needs a hug, I think. Also, this is like really random, but I just want to say I really like her outfit. Like, like the whole like, like the whole like shirt, cardigan thingy, jumper, cardigan thingy, the earrings, like the glasses, the lipstick, like the whole thing going on. I really like it. It's good. I like it, and I like her books. Hi, Antaraki. Hello, hello. No boarding 3 weeks in a row is unfortunate. But at the same time, I loved how last week's stream ended up. Yeah, I'm gonna be real. Like, I'm very, very grateful for it because it was really fun. But also being in front of that many people is horrifying. My body is not adapted, and it triggered my fight or flight response. And I had to do some breathing exercises afterwards, and I didn't actually sleep for like 2 hours afterwards either because I was too wired. I might as well have just stayed the whole time. Oh, I was like vibrating. I was like lying in bed and vibrating because I was like, there was too many people. Which is incredibly funny. But you know, it's fine. It's fine. Hi, welcome back, Flatulence Incarnate. That's right, I'm still here. We still haven't finished the video. We still haven't finished the video. I'm sorry. And hello, like Yagameme. Hello, hello. What are we up to? We're watching a video, except we've been watching it for 4.5 hours and we are still not finished. It's like, that's transformative content, everybody. It's transformative content. Yeah. Must be an Olympic break for the bouldering crew. It must be. It must be. I mean, I guess like there's just a lot of stuff going on, right? Because like Minnie's like really, really busy at the minute, right? I don't know about Shumi. I haven't managed to catch Shumi's streams recently because she streams at pretty much the same time as me, so I keep missing them and I feel sad. Yeah. And then Churchy, I normally do catch Churchy's streams actually, but like normally it's while I'm cooking dinner or something. Yeah. Must be a really good video to watch it for 4 hours. I've just had a lot of opinions, okay? And we've also gone on a lot of tangents. It's like how I never finish a paper in one go. Apparently the same applies to videos. Like, yeah. How long is this video? It's not even long. It's 14 minutes and 27 seconds, except a solid 3 minutes of it is a Squarespace ad. So functionally, it's like 10, 11 minutes. It's so bad. Why am I like this? At this point, it's transmutation content. Oh my god. Yeah, it's only 15 minutes. It's only 15 minutes. I just have many things to say. I'm sorry, okay? I can't help it. I'm sorry that I'm like this. I thought it was at least 40 minutes. No, it's not. I'm just a freak. Oh no. Okay. Trans-Siberian content is as long as the train journey. Oh dear.
Flatulence Incarnate gifted a tier 1 sub to Tangent Queen. They have given 23 gift subs in the channel.
Wow, I'm being bullied. Thank you for the gifted sub to Tangent Queen, Flatulence Incarnate. Oh, thank you. I am the Tangent Queen. I can't help it. I am just so full of waffle. I'm so full of waffle. I think I need to give her a sub since you're usurping her throne. That's so funny. I'm too powerful. You're just really good at being a streamer, min-maxing content. Thank you. Thank you. Too powerful. And thank you for the sub, Amamasharky. What the heck? Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome into the research lab. Now you're a research assistant, and that means that you have to help me do my research. I hope that's okay. You signed the contract now. You read the terms and conditions on it, right? Right? Oh dear. Yes, a hype train to keep us off task longer. No, ignore the scam train. Ignore it. Ignore it. You're just ensuring you achieve the transformative portion of the phase principle. Exactly. What can I say? I am definitely doing that. It's transformative because you turn a 15-minute video into a 5-minute video instead of the other way around. What can I say? I'm skilled. I'm a skilled streamer. I like your yapping, fellow autistic. Your stream has been helping clean, like, body double. Let's go! That makes me so happy. That makes me so happy. Oh, that makes me happy. I hope that the cleaning is going well. I hope, I have so much cleaning that I'm putting off doing. Not like not like in a bad way, I'm doing the important things, I clean my toilet, I take my bins out, those kinds of things. But the like less pressing things, like normally I try and change my bed once a week, but like I just didn't this week. But then I'm like, it's the winter and I'm wearing loads of clothes while I'm in bed. So I'm not even like sweating on the bed. So it could be worse, But then I feel like I'm just cognitive dissonancing myself into believing something that's actually disgusting. But anyway, yeah, that's where I am. I vacuum every week as well. I vacuum every week. And that might not sound like much, but I have like hardwood floors and I sweep with the little dustpan and brush thing. So yeah. They also take way too long to make my bed. It's just the worst because like I'm not short, but I am short enough that it's a bit of a pain to do it, if that makes sense. Because I have to do the like aggressive shaking of the thing to get of the duvet to get it in the cover, and this upsets me every time I do it. And I'm always just like, oh, I can't be bothered. But then also it like normally I do it on Saturdays, so it's not like horribly overdue. But I do have a little red thing pinging in my Google Tasks that's like, you need to change your bed, you disgusting wench. Um, but I haven't done it yet. And I was like, well, at this point, I might as well just leave it a couple of days now and so do it so that I have a nice clean bed for when I'm inevitably exhausted when I come home from ACMACon. So, I think there's logic behind what I'm doing, actually. Yeah. I just change my sheets if they feel gritty. This horrifies some people, though. That makes me feel mildly uncomfortable. What do you mean gritty? Huh? Do other people have problems with fitted sheets or is it just me? No, I do as well. I can never work out what way round they're meant to go. Do you not turn the cover inside out and grab the corners from inside the covers? No, because I can't reach. I can't reach. Can't reach. Didn't know wench alert was a feature on the latest iPhone. Why is that the word that I just defaulted to? Why did I just say wench? Where did that even come from? I'm so confused by myself of all of the words that I could have gone with in that sentence. Why did I go with disgusting wench? Never beating the short dairy allegations. I'm not short. I'm not short. Buy a larger size so they always fit. But then you've got like flappy bits around the outside where there's like duvetless cover. And that really bothers me. I don't like that. Just buy a new mattress every 2 years. I do vacuum my mattress. I'm pretty good at that. I vacuum my mattress every time I change the bed. So yeah. I think you misunderstood the technique, possibly. I can't, my arms don't stretch all the way across the cover. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I can't stretch my arms across the cover. That's not me being short. I just have a small wingspan, okay? Not stretch Armstrong, yeah. No, I have like an injury in my shoulder, so I can't stretch out one of my arms properly. So, yeah. That was the reason why I originally started streaming, actually. Did you know that? Was I started streaming originally in November 2023 because I got an injury. It's like the tendon that connects your shoulder blade to your neck. It's that one. I like pulled it really badly. And I have a medical condition that means that when I injure myself, it takes a long time to heal. Like it takes a long time to heal, more than average. So I was basically off work for like 6 weeks or something with this pulled muscle because I couldn't turn my neck. But obviously I can now. But like if I go too far this way, does that even pick up on my face tracking? If I go too far this way, it hurts a little bit. This way is fine. I can do this way fine. But yeah, if I turn my head too far to the left, it really, really hurts. And then like I get pains like in my, how can I describe it? It's like in my collarbone. and then into like inside my shoulder blade. Still, even though I do my like physiotherapy and stuff, but um, yeah. So because it didn't heal properly, because it never does for me. When I injure myself, that's it. I'm cooked permanently. So I have to be really careful to not injure myself, but then I still do because I'm incapable of existing. I also fell off a chair while I was like getting something from a shelf. I want to say early last year, and now my leg turns the wrong way. It like turns when I walk, which it isn't meant to do that because I hurt my knee. And my knee really hurts randomly sometimes. But yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing. Hemophilia. Yeah, I do have something very similar to hemophilia. Yeah, it's like if I injure myself, I start bleeding internally, basically, because I have my blood doesn't clot properly. Yeah. So it's pretty much similar. It's like very, very similar to hemophilia. It's a little bit different, but it's very similar. Yeah. Um, it's annoying, but it's fine. Sounds suboptimal. That's the way that I would describe it, because largely it's just annoying. Like my everyday experience of it, like it's weird. Like basically the type of medication that you go on for genetic blood clotting disorders is like the side effects of like you have to infuse it. So you have to like inject it basically. Like you have to go to the hospital and have it from an IV drip into your arm. And the experience of doing that is unpleasant. And then it also gives you a bunch of really unpleasant side effects afterwards. So you have like water retention and things like that. It makes you really disgusting feeling. Um so basically like my symptoms are not severe enough to justify the pain that I like the discomfort that I will feel as a result of doing that medication. But it's also bad enough that it does impact my day-to-day life. Does that make sense? Like I can't bring myself to request. I also would have to do a trial in the hospital the first time and I just can't be bothered. Like they offered it to me and I was like I just would rather just keep surviving, you know. But like I take medication to offset it. Like I'm on I'm on like a medication that like stops my periods for obvious reasons. And then that in turn also has a side effect of clotting your blood more. So that's kind of made it to the point where it's pretty manageable. And then I take like iron supplements and stuff. But it's annoying, and like I just get like random nosebleeds. Like if I blow my nose too hard, then I'll get a nosebleed, but then it won't stop. It will just keep going for like 2 hours. It happened on stream the other day. It was actually last week. Now I think about it, I think it was last Tuesday. I like you didn't know this. Like I spent a solid like hour of the stream with a tissue up my nose because it was bleeding. And then like I have eczema as well, and if I itch it in the night and it starts bleeding, then I will wake up and it will look like there has been a crime committed in my bedroom. Um yeah. So and then yeah, if I injure myself like a tendon or a joint or something, then it just stays permanently messed up. Was that the knee injury you talked about on stream? Maybe. I can't remember. Yeah. Uh, it's just an annoying in between. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, it's not bad enough where it's like actually, like if I got into like a car accident, then it would be really bad, you know? But for my day-to-day life, it's not bad enough like that it could actually cause me serious problems, if that makes sense. So I just kind of leave it as is. Hi, Zachap! Hi! Hello, hello. Thank you so much for the raid. What the heck? Thank you so much. Welcome in, raiders. Hi. How was your stream? How was your stream? How are you doing? I hope you're good. Welcome in, Bounce House. And Brick Griff. Hello, hello. And Micah Tycho. Welcome in. Hello, raiders. My name is Psydere. I'm a research psychologist. Today we're complaining about academia. I have a PhD. That's what we're doing. We're like watching a video of a lass that like she's doing in this video at the time she was a PhD student and she was saying how she regrets doing it, and we thought that she had dropped out, and then she's done a rug pull, and suddenly third instant of the video she's like, I'm still doing my PhD, and now we're all very confused. By the way, we've been watching this 14-minute video for 5 hours. How are you? Zach Chap, how was your stream? What were you up to? How are you doing? I hope you're good. It was a chill stream. Nice. Yeah, get in the Skinner box. You've got to get in the Skinner box. Hello, Constantin. Hello, hello. Or sign even, sorry. Hello. Hello, Staff Sag. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Yeah. Fill in the void left by Lindsay Ellis. She does have kind of the same vibe, doesn't she? She has the same kind of aesthetic. Yeah. Sounds obnoxious. I think I'd explode if I had that. I injure myself all the time. Yeah, it's a bit obnoxious. Twist or not, thank you so much for the 100 bits. What the heck? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Political philosophy, history, theory, and such. Nice. Nice. Ah. I feel like I don't know enough about political philosophy or history or theory. I know a lot about political psychology. That is something I know a fair bit about. But like the theoretical political science side of it, I don't know anything really, which is kind of bad. I always feel like I should know more. But yes, if you need to you know, take a step away from the PC, you know, eat some food, drink some water, look after yourself, please absolutely do. That's very important to do after you've been streaming. But also if you want to stick around, you know, you're always welcome to stick around. And I really, really appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, hi Saboteur. Yeah, we're still going. Morpheus, no, what the heck? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And Twitter or not, thank you so much for the sub as well. What the heck? Thank you. Welcome into the in as a research assistant. So you read the T's and C's, right? You know you've just signed up to be a research assistant. Thank you so much, Morpheus, Null, and Twitter or not. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Naynok and Micah Tycho, thank you for the follows as well. Welcome into the research participation pool. You're just participants. You just got to take part. Never heard of that. Political psychology. Yeah, it's like so depending on, it's like an interdisciplinary field. So it's basically like attitudes and behaviors and emotions and social interactions and identities linking to politics. So, for example, it might look at how strongly someone identifies with a political party and how that then affects their interactions with people from a different political party, for example, or how it affects their voting behavior, or how it affects their attitudes towards various things. And then often political psychologists will also kind of have a look and see if there's any personality correlates between various things as well. I have a little bit of a political psychology background, I guess. I'm like a social psychologist, but my PhD was about why people believe conspiracy theories. So very heavily political psychology informed. Yeah. Oh yeah, my PhD is social psychology, and yeah, it was about why people believe conspiracy theories. So it was about how social processes affect people's conspiracy theory beliefs and misinformation acceptance. Yeah, that's what I did. And I have now finished, and I now get to sleep instead of doing PhD things. But this lass, she is in the process of working out her errors of her doing her PhD. Some of it was systemic, I think. Like I think her supervisor wasn't checking in on her enough based on what she's been saying. And I also think that her university system kind of failed her in general. And then also she's working apparently full time alongside her PhD, which is a much broader systemic problem because PhD students don't get paid enough. Sometimes they don't get paid at all, which is terrible, not good, exploitative, bad, precarious. Yeah, I think there was also quite a lot of personal decisions that she's made here that maybe could have been remedied. She said that she wasn't really reaching out to anyone, which is like a really important thing to do when you're doing a PhD. Like she wasn't interacting with you know, other people on her course. She wasn't interacting with other researchers in her area, etc. Yeah. Flores B, thank you so much for the lab safety register check-in. Welcome, welcome. And also Hydronair as well. Hello, hello. Welcome in. And fecal fecal matters. Thank you for the follow. Uh-oh. Do we have a rival for flatulence incarnate? Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. This last your honorary northerner status is showing. Thank you. Thank you. She says status instead of status. Taking my SMH. Have you found out why people believe conspiracy theories? Which is the question posed with the PhD. No. I found some information which contributed towards our understanding of why people may believe conspiracy theories. But the answer definitively is we we need more information. Yeah. Yeah. Do you know it's really bad? I've forgotten the main theoretical argument that I made out of my PhD. I have completely forgotten it. And it was a fire one as well. Like my panel, my defense panel, they were like, "Yeah, that's a good argument. That's really interesting. You've argued this well. Well done." And I was like, "Thank you." And now I've forgotten what it is. And if that doesn't summarize doing a PhD, then I don't know what does. We need a PP person, I guess. This is true. This is true. Dependencies in the business model. Do you believe in conspiracy theories? I think everybody believes conspiracy theories, and I think that's normal. It's I think the point where having some kind of skepticism for authority to a certain degree seems like it can be very helpful in general. However, once it gets to a certain point where you're questioning everything and you don't trust anything anymore, that is the point where either you are in a completely messed up system that is completely corrupt, or that might be a you problem. I'm saying that like it's a binary. It's never a binary. It's always on a scale between the two things. But yeah, it's yeah. I think believing conspiracy theories to some extent is natural because like everybody does it. We all believe at least one conspiracy theory, at least under the definition that we use in social psychology, because conspiracies happen, and until they are proven, they are a theory. So people that were saying about um a certain uh nefarious recent revelations, maybe in relation to a large quantity of documents that are now publicly accessible, like that type of thing. A few years ago, that would have been labeled a conspiracy theory. And now there's evidence for it, and it was actually well, it's not a conspiracy because it wasn't. I guess it kind of was actually. This is getting into the debate around what is a conspiracy, according to the definition. I guess it kind of was. Yeah. Yeah. They store cheese to artificially inflate the price of cheese in the US. I think that's the theory. That's a fun one. I like that. I like that. Difficult not to when the major headlines at the minute concern a conspiracy theory that turned out not to be only to be entirely factual, but also much worse than the theory. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. A lot of the stuff in those documents was known allegedly, but now people have evidence. Yeah. 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 I don't like talking about these kinds of things because then I feel sad. Doing research into conspiracy theories, you have to be so careful with your mental health. Because I was spending so much time looking at some really dark, weird stuff. And I had to actively plan touching grass and socializing with normal friends into my schedule so that I didn't lose the plot. For a time, the Flat Earth Society was a benign entity that sought to challenge scientific assumptions for the greater good. Then the internet happened. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Many malicious conspiracy theories, they have either started with a nugget of truth that has escalated beyond repair in a very strange way, or it is ironically the product of a conspiracy theory. Or conspiracy, sorry. When I say that, I'm thinking of Andrew Wakefield and vaccines. Andrew Wakefield was conspiring to overthrow the combined vaccine by putting out research that said maybe we should give them separately. By the way, I have stocks in a company that does a individual vaccine. Wink, wink. So yeah. There's always a nugget of truth to conspiracies, which is what makes them so interesting to me. Not always. Sometimes there is. The thing is that it's often like people misinterpreting things. I think that's what it boils down to, is that like someone misinterprets evidence somewhere and then it spirals from there. Yeah. Yeah. There's going to be an ad in a few seconds. I apologize profusely on behalf of everyone. John Twitch requires his ad revenue. So, I'm going to jump over to Pikmin. For everyone that's raided in, welcome to Pikmin. I'm sorry for what I'm about to do to you. Enjoy. Pikmin 4 and 5, Pikmin 6, Pikmin 7, Pikmin 18 million and 11, Pikmin 3 Deluxe and hey Pikmin, new centrifuge to put Pikmin in. Pikmin in your membrane, that's called Pikmin blocked. Old Pikmin theorem that scientists forgot. New mechanics, quantum Pikmin. Pikmin chest tube, Pikmin balloon mount, radio sound, Pikmin electrons covalent bond, Pikmin AI published IEEE, slowed down Pikmin due to relativity. Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating all it touches. Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating everything it touches. Pikmin in your culture. Pikmin in your fucking culture. Pikmin 1 and 2 and Pikmin 3. Pikmin you play control for the Wii. Pikmin 4 and 5, Pikmin 6, Pikmin 7, Pikmin 18 million and 11, Pikmin 3 Deluxe and hey Pikmin, new centrifuge to put Pikmin in. Pikmin in your membrane, that's called Pikmin blocked. Old Pikmin theorem that scientists forgot. New mechanics, quantum Pikmin. Pikmin chest tube, Pikmin balloon mount, radio sound, Pikmin electrons covalent bond, Pikmin AI published IEEE, slowed down Pikmin due to relativity. Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating all it touches. Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating everything it touches. Pikmin in your culture. Pikmin in your fucking culture. Pikmin 1 and 2 and Pikmin 3. Pikmin you play control for the Wii. Pikmin 4 and 5, Pikmin 6, Pikmin 7, Pikmin 18 million and 11, Pikmin 3 Deluxe and hey Pikmin, new centrifuge to put Pikmin in. Pikmin in your membrane, that's called Pikmin blocked. Old Pikmin theorem that scientists forgot. New mechanics, quantum Pikmin. Pikmin chest tube, Pikmin balloon mount, radio sound, Pikmin electrons covalent bond, Pikmin AI published IEEE, slowed down Pikmin due to relativity. Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating all it touches. Pikmin in your culture where you can see it contaminating everything it touches. Pikmin in your culture. Pikmin in your fucking culture. Pikmin 1 and 2 and Pikmin 3. Pikmin you play control for the Wii. Pikmin 4 and 5, Pikmin 6, Pikmin 7, Pikmin 18 million and 11, Pikmin 3 Deluxe and hey Pikmin, new centrifuge to put Pikmin in. Pikmin in your membrane, that's called Pikmin blocked. Old Pikmin theorem that scientists forgot. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hi, Chris Beats. I hope you tune in a sports commercial. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that you had to deal with that. Yes, I hope those of you who got to witness the Pikmin song enjoyed your Pikmin. Yes, I thought I'd just come straight back because we need to finish this video. This is ridiculous. How have I made a 15-minute video? Not even 15 minutes, right? Because there's like a solid, yeah, there's like a solid like 2 minutes of sponsor in here, like 1.5 minutes, sorry. There's like 1.5 minutes of sponsor here. So this video is 13 minutes long and I have made it last 5 hours. Why? How? Cool transition for, cool animation for the ad transition, by the way. Thank you. It was done by a wonderful artist called Lamus, whose link is probably in my about somewhere. I don't know where though. It's definitely in there. I don't know where. Okay. Right, let's watch more of this video. By the way, for everyone that rated in, she's got like the poshest accent I've ever heard. Like she earlier, instead of saying exams, she said exams. She said there's no exams that you take, and I was like, excuse me? I've never heard anyone say it like that before. It's so fascinating. Exams. But yes, let's watch the rest of this. So basically, a recurring theme of this video has been like, girl, please go to therapy. And I feel like that perfectly encompasses why. Yeah. I think she's putting the accent on. Maybe. Like sometimes I do it. Sometimes when I'm streaming, I just end up accidentally doing a little bit of a posh accent just because like it just goes that way. But I do also think that my actual accent slips through quite a lot. Like I'm not very good at pronouncing my T's or my G's, for example. You know, I do say water. I can't stop it. So I'm going to go. No, actually, to be fair, normally I try my best and I'm like, I am going to get some water because I know that some people that watch do not have that much experience with British accents. And therefore, if I sit here and I'm like, I am British and I'm going to go get a bottle of water, then you're going to be like, what? Excuse me. I actually like the water though, to be honest. Oh, maybe I should start doing it more then. Maybe I should let myself slip into my bad habit. Thank you for the hydrate, Patches Iconic. I will drink some water. uh, these aren't for pronouncing, they're to be swallowed. Exactly. What is the point? I require my glottal stop. Or rather, my glottal stop. You sound posh to me. What is your accent actually? Good question. So I live in Ireland. I grew up generally in southeast England, in the vague general proximity of London, but in a very working class area. The people I were around did not sound like this. I am also autistic, so I have a slight autism accent. And I have family in like the northwest of England, so partially that too, and I lived there for a while too. So basically, like mostly southeast England. However, posher than the people that I was around because I'm autistic. However, also slight northern influence and also slight where I live influence. Yes. This is the summary. Which is why sometimes, depending on I don't know why, I like flip between them as I'm talking as well. So like sometimes I'll say summary and then sometimes I'll say summary. And I can't stop it. It just happens. So yeah. Waiting for her to cuss up a storm, but not upset she doesn't. Yeah, I don't swear. I don't swear. This is a family friendly stream. I'm controlling myself. But I need you to know that I have been told that when I'm off stream, it's like a bit of a weird sometimes I start like people don't know that they can swear around me because they think that I'm say so. And then I suddenly say the most Irish thing ever and then they're like, "Oh." Yeah. Yeah. Uh, there's the formality thing with autism. I think it's that. There's also the fact that obviously I've been like, I have a PhD. I was in a university environment for 10 years. A big chunk of what I was doing was like, teaching or like TAing for international students who really, really struggled with my accent. So I've like kind of consciously and probably also subconsciously adjusted how I talk over time. I think that I sound a lot different to when I was younger. My friends of split, sometimes they say that I actually sound quite similar. other people say like you sound really, really different. Like you sound really northern and really Irish. And I'm like, I don't think I do. But okay. Okay. Yeah. A while ago I was on the train in Norway and there was a British family there to ski as well. At one point the mum said to the kid, please pass George a bottle of water. I literally just did it, I'm sorry. Please please pass George a bottle of water. That's closer to how I used to talk when I was younger. Um, please pass George a bottle of water. Oh no. And I had to try really hard not to laugh. It was just funny to hear it out in the wild. That's so sweet. Uh, Not British on the tism, makes YouTube stuff, and I have to edit the audio to make it flow. Yeah. I think I've got you know what? Streaming has been so good for my verbal fluency. When I first started streaming, I was really, really bad. And now I think I'm a lot better. And it helps in my day-to-day life. I'm better at like filling up the weird pauses that I tend to do. So yeah. English isn't my first language, and I get you just fine with any accent. I don't think it's difficult to listen at all. Okay, I'm glad to hear it, but also that means that my conscious adjusting worked. Because again, the way that I talked when I was younger, very, very different. How does autism accent even work? How does it come to be versus a local dialect? I'm not sure. There's papers on this that I keep meaning to read, so I could add that to the list of things that we're going to read if you want. If people are interested, like I would be super down for reading that because I also want to know. I want to know how it works. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's finish this video, I swear. Okay, look, there's only like 2 minutes left. We can do it. 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 Okay. I'm sorry. I had a moment. I had a moment. She's 32? People tell me that I look young. I think she looks younger. Like, she looks really, really young. I did not clock that she was in her 30s. Maybe it's the makeup, though, actually. I don't know. Yeah. Um, cool. But yes, I feel like getting into your late 20s and early 30s, a big part of life for me has been working out that yes, competitiveness and jealousy and stuff like that is largely a waste of time. It's a waste of time, and I've got more important things to be doing. So yeah. Uh, Research suggests that this phenomenon is caused by a mix of neurological, environmental, and developmental factors. But the speech of autistic individuals is often shaped more by non-interactional and media-based inputs, such as cartoons, than by local social surroundings. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. Hi, Christelic. Hello, hello. Thank you for the lab safety racer check-in. I hope you're good. Okay. That's a good dog. Look at her. That's a good dog. She's so fluffy. Okay. That's it, I guess. That's the video. So yeah, so apparently she did a follow-up then. Uh let's see. Uh Rethinking reading after burnout, self-education, how to build a personal curriculum, what to read when you feel burned out. I think she might have been burnt out. Philosopher's Guide to Self-Hatred. Oh, okay. Um, um, Is your productivity a trauma response? Okay, there's no need to call me out like that, actually. There's no need to call me out like that. There's no need for that. Where is the update? Let's see. Putting my PhD on hold for a while. So, I'm not going to sit here and yap over this one as much, I promise. I just want to have a quick look. Okay. So, she's taking a break. Okay, so she's still doing it. She's still doing it, but she's taking a break. There we go. Okay, amazing. Amazing. Good on her for keep going. I think that those are like reflections after her first year. Like I said, I do feel like some of them were kind of, you know, like very, very personal, if that makes sense. Yeah. Burned out, tired, self-hate, I state again, therapy. That's how I feel too. This is how I feel about her channel. She seems like she needs a hug and a professional to talk to about things. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. 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 Can you see this? No, you can't. Can I zoom in and show you this? No, I can't. Do you? Okay, no. So what I'm I broke it. Okay, what I'm seeing here is so you remember how I said about the autism accent? Okay. I didn't know that she had made this video. I didn't know. I literally, like, I've never looked at her channel before. I didn't know, but I knew. I knew. That's wild. Peer-reviewed diagnosis. It's so real. I swear to God, the autism radar is a thing. Like, I can identify other autistic people. I can just tell, you know? Like, I can just tell. Sometimes people just give the vibe, and I'm like, yep, you're one of us. That's so funny. Oh, okay. But the fact that she's autistic, I think, also helps to explain some of what was happening in that last video too. Because autistic women in particular tend to experience some oh, my headphones just disconnected themselves. Autistic women in particular tend to experience a lot of very, very aggressively attempting to course correct social feedback, more so than autistic boys tend to experience. So when you're growing up and you're a girl and you do things wrong socially, people make sure that they tell you. They very, very much tell you. And that might explain some of her negative self-talk that she's having going on. This doesn't change the fact that she should do something about that. My observation: she kissed the dog on the mouth. Yeah, I noticed that too, but I wasn't gonna draw attention to it. Look, some people just really love their dogs. Okay, and I could never. Disgusting. That's unhygienic and kind of gross, and I don't like it. It's 2 a.m. here, so I'd better get my head down. See you next time. I'll leave you reacting as if you've just found that lady's diary. Thank you for joining us, J5. I hope you sleep well, and I hope you enjoy your trip. My autistic friend also does that to one of my autistic friends too. It's wild stuff. We can just detect each other, I swear. I often had experience reading about a weird celebrity that sounds like autism. Google my autism diagnosis by that celebrity. That's so funny. Oh no. In the little angry Korean woman's friend group chat, there was one that was like, as the token neurotypical, and the group chat was like, buddy. Yeah, I feel this sometimes about some people I know. Sometimes everyone's like, you know, I'll be talking to someone and they'll be like, oh, I don't really, you know, I don't have this because I'm neurotypical. And I'm like, okay, if you say so. uh, Girls operate on a social war footing, kind of, which might explain the social masking performance. Yeah, I think so. I think so. This would be. I'm kind of invested in her now. I might watch this after stream. I might watch this after stream. It's also very cute that she's called her second channel Footnotes. That's really, really cute. Is it plagiarism if I borrow that? Because I want to set up a second channel where I just put like random things that I'm thinking about that isn't psychology related. But I feel like it's bad for me to steal that idea because it's very cute. But also like it's really cute. I want to steal it. Creative liberty parody. What if I changed it to EndNote? No, because then it's like the program. Feet? No, not feet. Footnote. Asking streamers if they ever considered an ADHD diagnosis without reading the tags after hearing them talk about the difficulties and having them tell you they in fact are. You can just tell. You can just tell. Hoof notes. No. Stop it. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. You're making me upset. You're making me upset and I don't like it. Why is it making weird noises? What is this? Why are you doing that? What was that? What's up with that? Just like random noises starting coming out of my browser. Okay, buddy. Okay. Okay, buddy. Where am I? Here I am. Okay. How does the autism radar work anyway? I have tacit knowledge and knowledge about autism. You know, I'm gonna put this away because otherwise it's gonna make weird noises and I don't like it. We've watched her video. It took me 5.5 hours to watch the video, but we did watch it, and I did share my many thoughts. Yeah. But yeah, autism radar. I don't know how it works. My guess would be basically there's this theory called what is it? I've forgotten. Empathy. Double empathy problem? Question mark? Something like that. There's something along the lines of double empathy problem, and it basically argues that autistic people have a different way of socializing than non-autistic people, and potentially there's specific social cues that would explain it. You know, like potentially there's like social cues that would indicate. Yeah, the double empathy problem. That's the one. Yeah. But yeah, it's basically it's like autistic people experience the world in a certain way and communicate in a certain way. Non-autistic people experience the world in a slightly different way and communicate in a slightly different way. And it basically creates a cultural barrier between the two. So communication isn't impossible, but it's harder for each other to empathize because they don't share the same communication cues. So I have a suspicion that the quote-unquote autism radar is actually just picking up on social cues that are almost like cultural cues when there's like two people from the same country. You know? It's like if you're like in a different country and you hear someone that's speaking with a similar accent to you, then that is a clue that they might be of your kind, for lack of a better word. Like that's a clue that they have a similar social context to you. And I think probably a similar thing happens with autism. Yeah. Yeah. I can kind of just feel other autistic people. It's hard to explain. Yeah. I mean, that's how social cues work, right? Which is why I'm starting to feel like potentially autism, it might not be social deficits, because like the way that they describe it is it's like social communication deficits, right? And I'm starting to lean towards the possibility that maybe it's not deficits, maybe it's like, well, I didn't think it was deficits anyway. I don't like the word deficits, but like I grew up being told that I was like socially, there was something wrong with me. And I think it's actually just a different mode of being. Like I'm the more that I think about it, the more I lean into the, like the neurodiversity paradigm, where it's like it's a different mode of being, at least for people who have like, you know, average or above IQ. I think if there's like, you know, comorbid intellectual disabilities, then that's kind of a different kettle of fish. But for for highly intelligent people or like average intelligence people, yeah, I think that my leaning is that it's just a different way of being socially, and we can kind of indicate those cues to each other. Uh, yeah. It's more differences in what they're receptive to. I think so. Yeah, I think we communicate different things outwardly, and also we pick up on different things inwardly. I agree. Uh, I once did a screeching halt mentally when I heard a streamer that has a very familiar accent. She is indeed from my country. Yeah, it happens. I do the same thing. Like a couple of times, I found streamers who are like, you know, they have a very, not necessarily a similar accent to me, but they have a similar accent to the people where I live. And then I'm like, oh, you're local. Could you be Irish perchance? Yeah. What was the last thing that you ate? I had a burger before the stream. It was a vegan burger. So it was like a vegan mushroom and like wheat gluten and soy protein. No, pea protein, sorry. Pea protein burger. It was like a fake meat one. But with mushrooms in it. And then it had vegan cheese on it. And then it had vegan Nando's mayo. And ketchup and some salad in a bun. And I also had some boiled mini potatoes on the side, and I put dill on them and some olive oil. Yes. That was what that was like way too much information. I apologize. Sorry. Sorry. Um Yeah. I like to imagine that autism is the result of selective breeding, and we're probably seeing a bit of real-time evolution, and they'll probably normalize into one group again over time. Maybe. Although the kind of like autism is a separate genetic group thing kind of gets a bit weird, because there's some people that like kind of want to eugenics autism out of existence, and then there's other people that kind of want to um say that autistic people are superior in some way, and both of those I find incredibly sus. I don't like either of those framings. That makes me nervous. Hi, Sine Wave Mood. Thank you for the lab safety race to check in. Hi, how are you doing? I hope you're good. I hope you're good. Talking about this autism radar thing, a lot of people, especially online, think I have autism. I might, but I've never been diagnosed with anything. I'm gonna... Okay. Personal opinion, not professional opinion. Okay. I understand why they think that. I didn't participate in a study for trying to find a genetic marker for autism because I knew what it would be used for. Yeah, I've been invited to them too, and I just tend to like not. I tend to just not take part in them because I'm scared of them and I don't trust them. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Uh. As an American, I must approve of burger. I'm glad that you approve, even though it was vegan. I'm glad you approve. You're vegan? Yes, I am. I have been vegan for 15 years. Well, 15 years in a month. So, I'm rounding up, but yeah. I have been vegan for half of... Wait, Okay, as of March... No. Yes, as of March, I have officially been vegan for half of my life. That is wild. That is a wild concept. It's been a while. Yeah. But yeah. I take my supplements. If you eat a vegan diet, make sure you're taking your B12 and iodine and other various supplements that you need. Very important to do. Make sure that you're getting complete proteins by combining your amino acids. Very important to do. I have a book it was written by a dietitian about vegan nutrition specifically. I think it's called Vegan Savvy. That's what I rely on as a reference. And I think it's pretty good. Yeah. I had a veggie burrito with a high fiber wrap and homemade air fryer fries. Nice. I was really tempted to put my potatoes in the air fryer to give them a crispy skin, but I decided against it because I couldn't be bothered. I did follow a guy around saying the word propeller for a year because of a bit. So yeah, iconic. I love that so much. I love that. Yeah, it's called Vegan Savvy. Yeah, that's the name of the book. You need iodine supplements for veganism. I knew about B12, but not iodine. Yeah, I mean, it depends. So if you're having enough fortified food that has got iodine in it, or if you're having table salt in the US, then you should be okay for iodine. However, in where I live, table salt is normally not iodinated. How do you say the word? Iodinized? Iodinated? What is the word? It's not normally it doesn't normally have iodine in it, basically, where I live. So I have a all-rounder supplement that has got, it's not just got that, fortified, yeah, exactly. Fortified. So I have a all-rounder supplement that I take every day, well, assuming I remember to take it, that has got iodine, B12, biotin, vitamin D, and calcium and a couple of other things as well. Yes. Iodized. Thank you. Thank you. Iodinated. Yes. This is very clearly what it's called. Oh dear. But yes, table salt. My understanding is that table salt in the US is often iodized, which means it's got iodine in it. So if you're using it, you don't need to worry too much about supplementing. But I do need to worry about it. So I have a supplement that's got it in. Yeah. And I also take separately, I take iron or I take ferritin supplements as well. Those are prescribed. They're very strong. I don't like taking them because they make me ill. But I have to take them once a week, sometimes twice a week if I've had a bleed. That's nothing to do with being vegan, and that's entirely to do with my genetic bleeding disorder. Yeah. Sad. Oh well, I don't like them, but I have to. I need to take one I need to take one today. Oh no. Oh, I'm gonna be so sick tomorrow. I'm gonna be so unwell. Did you hear my stomach bleed? Stomach bleeding, brilliant. Did you hear my stomach grumbling just then? I think I guess I last ate 6 hours ago, so I guess I'm hungry. What do you mean bleed? Yes, I've got a genetic bleeding disorder, blood clotting disorder. So when if I cut myself, for example, or if I get a nosebleed, it just doesn't stop. That's the summary of it. It just doesn't stop. Yeah. Okay. So with all of that being said, I can see that Ellie's just gone online. So I think it's time for us to head out. Oh, she's got a hype train incoming as well. Make sure you go and make the most of the hype train. So let's go and raid into Ellie. So here's the raid message. Oh, and Tansin, thank you. Tan sign even. Cosine, tangent, sine. There we go. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Welcome into the research participation pool. So here, I can spell. There we go. Here are the raid messages. The top one is if you are a subscriber, and the bottom one is if you are not. Please use the relevant one. We're going to go raid into Ellie Minibot, who this time last week dragged me onto her stream. So I am going to take you over there because she is cool and I love her. So yes. So we're going to go see Ellie. Stick around and even if you're not normally into VTubers, because I know some of you have come in from raids, give her a chance. I promise you, she's very, very fun. Like, I really enjoy her streams. She's like one of my favorite streamers, as well as, a friend. Yeah, cool. And also she does really cool music. She does lovely music. She's a sweetie. Yeah, she's also a robotics engineer. So if you're interested in robots, yeah. Yeah, she's not a normal VTuber, but in a good way. Will you be sleeping or with us raiding? I'm gonna be going with you, but I'm gonna probably be on my phone because I need to eat something and go to bed. So yeah, that's what I'll be doing. But yeah, thank you all so much for joining me. My next stream is going to be next week at 7:30 p.m. UTC. I'm not streaming this weekend or on Monday because I am out doing things. I am touching grass. Can you believe it? So yeah, because I have to go touch grass. I'm delivering a panel at AkimaCon in Galway. So if you're in Galway and going to AcamaCon, come to my panel on Friday. And if you're not, that's okay too. You just got to wait until the next stream for a week. Yeah. Thank you all so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Yeah. Thank you. Bye. Bye.